Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Bello, bello. Oh, all right. So, good evening. I mean, it's a long evening for the Americans. It is 1:20, 1:30, 1:35 a.m. over there. Hmm. All right, fine. So, let us just see what this was all about. There was a stream. Hello, sir. Hello, Mr. Iridium. So, Godmother just had a stream. Let us analyze it a little bit. So, this is one of the women. I think Mingo or Minky or whatever her name is, and she actually wanted to, have a one-on-one conversation, a very honest one, a genuine conversation happened, by the way, because both parties were honest about each other. So she wanted, and this was her stream. If people want the link of her channel, come on, always so disingenuous and insincere with me. Uh, I shall put it in the chat and let me just see what she had to say.
I'm dropping the link because I will be joining Good Mother in about 30 minutes. I hope to see many of you over into her chat as well and come and like and support her page. From what I've met, just a really quick little thing. Um, I have only seen Good Mother like live one time, but the rest of her content, I've watched a lot of it. I really like her because she seems to be the kind of person that is not going to be taking it easy on me, but really actually asking questions to get to know me. She seems like she's an actual supporter for what's happening. And so we're going to go hang out with her for a little bit. Thank you again to the chat. Thank you so much. Your page is right below the link. So please like, subscribe, and share to his page. A lot of great content for you, men.
Thank
Have
you.
a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so this was the woman. I mean, I'm probably butchering her name, but that is how I came to know about her, and she actually having a conversation with Good Mother. So, Good Mother, being a warden of the working men's hostel, I saw her actually having a very genuine conversation, by the way. There is a hair width difference between conceit and pride. There is a hair width difference between genuine curiosity, which is a human nature, as well as false pretension. So I did not see any of the false pretension. If she was wrong, she was wrong. If she was right, she was right. At least that is what I make it out to be. Yes, there could be some flaws, but eventually we were all bloopered once. So that is the case. And I just wanted to. How many folks are here? Okay. So I just wanted to, analyze this stream with you, gentlemen, and with your Mr. Bullets. He came in and recommended the show must go on. He's the man. Come on, you cult. Hey, did I? Oh, yes, I did. Let me know in the chat if my audio is clear. If the audio is clear, it is already fine.
Get this party started. This is going to be great. Hello, everybody. Sorry about the delay. We're going to talk about crazy bitches. Now, I got to warn you. Better, what should I call you? Better biatches? BB? Can I call you BB?
Yeah, so I actually put the logo as BB because everyone calls me BB.
Okay, I'll call you BB. Yeah, I want to start by saying just because we're going to have this conversation, you're going to get flooded with a whole bunch of crazy bitches. I'm trying to scare you away from future discussions.
Oh, you
So,
are?
you are. You're going to get flooded by on my list because they're this huge red destruction campaign right now. So some of them might hear.
Attention, by the way, it is not a reputation destruction. It is basically what we call as character assassination. I mean, in legal jargon, whatever. I mean, reputation destruction is also good. Whatever.
Here are black babies. Yeah. I have murdered people in the past. I'm racist. I have internalized misogyny, allegedly. What else? Oh, I harass women online. I think what else I've heard.
You did not mention the part where you had some sort of linkages with the New York subway shooter, just because you watched his YouTube channel, or you did not mention the part. I don't know. We are yet to see the part where you would mention that you wanted to plant a bomb in Texas A&M University, allegedly conspiring to do that, when these were the false allegations that were brought up by the authorities that ended up on your doorstep. Anyways, oh, and by the way, Criminal Investigation Joint Terrorism Task Force and Texas A&M University Police, campus police, have already ended up on your doorstep. It is just that they could not do anything to you because you are a woman. But in that very same predicament, if a man would had been there, he would had ended up in jail long ago. Thanks to some bottom bitches of the world.
Oh, I'm a narcissist, all the psychological mumbo jumbo. What else? Oh, I lie about women when I call out their bullshit. I mean, you've seen my content. Where did you first come across me?
I saw you on Tony Bruno's stream actually, and you guys were talking about the 21 convention, which I didn't know what it was at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, that was the first time I saw you.
Okay, I remember seeing you in the chat. I was a little more honed in on that other crazy bitch, Ashley, who was in the chat. We had a little bit of a previous. I went over to her channel one night and made a couple comments, and she completely reacted like a crazy bitch. I was like, "Oh, great, another crazy bitch." Apparently, she's a Hormaxer groupie.
She is. She's just a simp hunter. Is really what she is. So she simp hunted
Simp hunter.
Hormaster.
Okay. What's a simp hunter?
A simp. So a simp is someone that is. How do I say this? Basically, like a woman can walk all over, manipulate, and he just doesn't get it.
Right.
The simp hunter or huntress per se would be the person that will over sexualize herself, manipulate, lie, cry to like manipulate him into doing whatever she wants or favoring him, whatever.
Okay. Okay. I would just put that under the crazy bitch umbrella, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's terms for it now.
Yeah. I don't like all these group identities. I don't like these all the psychology shit. I feel like it's been over what's a good word? It's been picked apart, and the crazy bitch hair has been split so many damn ways that I mean, it just to me, crazy bitcher is crazy bitchery. So I didn't get any crazy bitch vibes from you though. I got more like honest bitch vibes.
Yeah.
Or maybe you've been a crazy bitch in the past because we are all capable of being crazy bitches.
I'm
But
more of a crazy bitch in the past. I was more of an angry bitch. I wasn't crazy, didn't didn't want to hurt people, but like
right.
I was hurt. And so if I had, especially like if I was hurt by someone, it just triggered something where I would just be stupid angry. And it would, especially if you hurt me and that unhealed version of me, it would be so hard for me to let go of that hurt. And then my hurt was more important, and then all of that other stuff comes into it. I didn't do anything to like retaliate and like really hurt someone back, but then I would cry victim for like ever. So, yeah.
I'm dealing with a whole group of those crazy bitches right now.
Sorry.
So
On
what?
behalf of all previous crazy bitches, we're here.
Okay. So personal development you seem to be into. How did you become like what happened? How did you break out of your crazy bitch bubble?
Which time? Because there's been a month.
I don't know.
So like a short version,
Yeah.
therapy since I was in 15, wanted to be a therapist, switched it because I realized a lot of those people are really unhealed and hiding in there too.
Oh yeah, big time.
Always spot a good therapist with someone that gives you solution rather than just wanting to talk everything through.
Right.
I was also part of like a self-help group, still am. What else? Hypnotherapy, past life regression, meditation stuff, that whole spiritual stuff, childhood healing, like wound healing. And then recently, black pill aligned because we kind of like woke. I feel like that was like the missing piece to like kind of really snap me out. So like all that other stuff was like help me heal and come into like my femininity and not be a victim and all that stuff. And then black pill kind of like was like, oh, this really is reality. There is no like delusion that I can hold on to. Like like
Yeah.
well, like one aspect of it, and I talk about the work portion because I could talk about relationships and everything, but like as a female in this space, when you really want to talk logically how it's helped me, my I'm in marketing and business, right? And I'm a I think I at least decently pretty girl, and I always thought, oh, because I'm a woman, I'm not taken serious. No one trusts me. All these things, right? I get trolled all the time, so I don't care. But it's what it helped me realize was like, oh, this is the reality. So one of the things that I also did, my mom was Mexican, so she kind of was really hard on me in the sense of don't sexualize yourself to get advanced, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's still good, and I hold that value, and I don't do that. But
Yeah.
I also realized, like, wait, I am a woman. This is the reality. So just be a fly on the wall, and then attack to show off and show that I am able to do that. So it really like changed my mentality in every single aspect. Also, like I started the Better Biatches channel, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be easier for me to get more subscribers by being on bigger platforms. Like I went on Fresh and Fit. The guys can't do that. But what I can do
Right.
with my like dignity and everything, or my morals, is I want my people that I've been with from the beginning. We did like a review on it. It's really like, even the guys that I do interviews with, if you go to my Instagram, it looks pretty, it's not super hoish, but it's kind of up there. So it's like,
It's a little thoughty, yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah.
but I tell the guys all the time, I'm like, go for it and use the freaking picture. Like, do the thirst trap, get the like clickbait. Like, it's just a
Oh, wait. So are you saying that you are offering yourself up to be objectified to get more attention for the men?
for their channels when they're interviewing me and stuff. Hell yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So do you believe, as a woman,
I mean, I'm just saying that I just want to skip this part because this is about establishing link principles and, talking about the stuff. I'm not into. Oh, yes. I'm going to parrot bullets and call it a night. As a woman, when you enter the manosphere, there are three rules. Rule number one, shut the fuck up. Rule number two, shut the fuck up. And rule number three, listen. That says it all. Anyways, let's get going. Internet connection, man. Come on, mean. Come on, mean.
Or send nudes or do any of that stuff. Like, I never.
Okay.
It's, you just like, it's kind of like I said with black, when like the black pillars like black pilled me. I'll tell you this is like, I have a lot of the guys have been really patient with me, like including like self and guns and
yeah,
like the like when I really like woke it up and everything, it was like realizing how much time that they really spared with me
yeah,
and allowed me to talk and allowed me to like question things and allowed me to like ask like, does this mean this and does this mean that?
yeah,
It takes a lot of fucking patience to like have my random calls and text like the philosophical fucking brain exploding.
right, right,
It's shitty for you because now you fucked me up too. Like,
right,
it's when that happened, it was like I felt like it was a missing puzzle piece of this whole like
yeah,
what reality is. And now what you're saying, it's like, oh my god, like this goes even deeper, and it's a little scary because it's like, fuck, does it go even deeper than that? And it's but I want to if we could talk about what we are doing, because what I do like seeing And what allows me to like keep going is seeing other people doing this stuff too.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
seeing like that there are people standing up for the correct side. There are, and it's so fucking funny because we're the most hated. It's
Mm,
society wise. I'm not talking about here. I'm saying like society wise. If I go back to when I go back to LA and I start saying this shit in at the
mm,
dinner table,
mm-hmm. Yeah.
that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Like
Huh.
it,
That's not my experience. Probably because my community is completely different, and the people I associate in my real life with are completely different. They're just busy. They all think the same damn thing. They don't have time for any of this internet stuff.
the only
And I relay a lot of people's stories and a lot of other people's thoughts online because I'm like the most emotionally and mentally unstable people that we have in our society. You'll find them online, and they are the loudest, right?
yeah.
So all the busy people, the majority of people that probably aren't fucking crazy that are doing responsible people stuff, don't have time for this shit. So I get to relay a lot of messages to just to try to push a different narrative because this shit has to be stomped out. The crazy bitches have the monopoly on the attention, right?
Yeah, I mean, I told you the stupid stuff that happened with that, like even with that stuff, right? It's and this is why a lot of people say like there's no room for women in the manosphere. What I believe is
Right.
that women need to come here and support the men because they're not allowed to say these things, and that's what happened with
Support staff.
Well, I correctly recall I was there when MIGTA was labeled as a hate group by Anti Defamation League as well as Southern Poverty Law Center, SPLC, domestic terrorist group, hate group, as well as, shall we say, uh, anti Semitic group as well. But the thing is, the government doesn't care about national organization of women the same way. MIGTA also used to have a subreddit of their own. It was taken down. MIGTA content creators all lost all sort of monetization. And after 2018, when this Auntie Susan came on YouTube, I mean, she totally destroyed. And that is what gave birth to the new concepts like Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey, you know, Cozy.tv, Band.video of Infowars and all that, because these people don't want you to listen to them. They don't want this sort of, shall we say, information to be passed around. It is like a hidden knowledge, a secret knowledge.
That's perfect. Yeah.
yes, and that's what happened with the stuff with Ashley, right? So like she went after my people, and my people are the guys that have been patient with me, and
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Yeah.
so, and that's what it was. It's like she had gone after.
You were saying, yeah, yeah, because that is exactly what happened between me and you. When it came to, ditching you when I was being ensnared and enticed by all these people that, come on, contriver, you are looking weak, bro. Don't go on the panel with the teapot media. I mean, come on. It is just, two women fighting. Let the baby oil come out. No, it is not about the baby oil or palm oil or olive oil or anything. It is about her calling something else and the bottom bitches of the world ganging up via using you, so called alphas of the world, former has been G.I. Joes of the world. to destroy her credibility. That sort of character assassination is something which I don't do just because I am a man. She has been nothing but kind to me. She has been nothing but, cordial to me and far more generous. And I don't leave behind my friends, regardless of their gender. And the reason why I'm able to, actually have some sort of non romantic friendships with women in general is because I have my biology under control of myself. I keep myself in check all the time. I have never passed any sort of romantic comment towards her. I don't say, you're lucky. I'm a monk. Otherwise, I had been on your tail, girl. I don't say all those things. Why? Because she has been respectful towards me. So, shouldn't I pay back in the same coin? And when it came to me, since they could not get to me, they got to her, ended up knocking on her doorstep. She bore the brunt for me. Police coming, FBI coming on her doorstep. So that is why I'm far too, shall we say, I mean, I just want to say that Godmother is trustworthy. She has exemplified through her actions. She has earned her place. She has earned her respect within the MGTOW community in general, of all the people. That is not something which other women have earned, and they shall never earn. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying about the guest as well because I'm just focused and fixated on Good Mother and her reaction because she also suffered the same thing regarding me and Good Mother.
After you, she had gone after the girl named Grace, and I didn't like that because she's just doing that just because she hates herself, right? And that's not
Yeah.
a problem.
Yeah.
But
I wonder who hurt her.
I love using that on women.
Who hurt you?
Right?
It's like, who hurt you?
Yes.
But it's
Yeah.
and she shared vulnerable things with me that I won't say online. I do have a morality compass that it's like I could kill you if I wanted to, but I'm not going
Yeah.
to because it does
Yeah.
more damage than good, and it proves to you that the world is the way that you are, and that's not the case.
Right. It's almost a self they try to push you to fit into their fucking narrative, and they poke and try to poke you so you do fulfill that little prophecy that they had.
Right.
Yeah.
And but the reality is it's like I watched her. So when we first met, she did the same exact thing to me for no reason. Her and her little friend Sarah, they both like fucking tried to gang bang me in a chat. And I had people texting and calling like, do you know this chick? And I'm like, no. And I warned them a couple of times, like, please don't do that because I don't want to hurt your feelings.
Yeah.
Like I come from hell. Like you can't.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I trolled them and they're like, what the hell? And then we had a private conversation where she was very much like, I thought you were just like a pretty dumb bitch and blah 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 blah. And I was like, no, but I had the conversation. Do not do this to people. Not because like, oh, you don't know who's gonna troll back, but because you don't know who's gonna fucking kill themselves.
Right.
Like that.
Well, because you have your, shall we say, bachelors in. Hold on. Let us have the banner as well. What did you say, good mother? Oh, yes. The PUASYSBM. They are not SYSBM, by the way. They are not. They are just a pickup artist. That's it. Hypersexualized has been G.I. Joe pickup artist. That is what they are concerned about, mostly.
that's when you're going to feel it. That's when you're going to feel like shit. And then I watched her do it to several people
Mm-hmm.
over and over and over.
Good mother, did you realize that people have started plagiarizing your own word cry bully, which you invented? I'm just saying.
Over again. And I'm still like, come
Mm-hmm.
on. And then after that is when I saw her go after my people.
Mm-hmm.
She tried to go after them in dangerous ways. And
Mm-hmm.
when that happened, it was just like, all right. And then I told them, I was like, just let me give me the opportunity to handle this because I have a vagina. And if you
Yeah.
guys do it, it's not,
Right. No, women need to sort women out, just like the men need to sort the men out. But right
it's,
now in our society, we have women getting in the way of men sorting the men out,
yeah.
and vice versa. These crazy bitches emotionally terrorize these white knights into coming after women. Like,
Well, where have I heard that before? Hmm. Hmm. The bottom bitch did that. Elspeth Meyer did that. That Puta Madre Senior and Puta Madre Junior did that. And that blue haired Puta Madre also did that. All coming from fucking pickup artists group.
like that's not natural.
I gave you the example of the white knight that came into the Discord. And these, again, you have to
Yep.
remember, like, there's only a couple of them that are my age in that Discord. The rest of them are like 25 to 16 probably, right? And they're
Yeah.
socially awkward, all these things. And so this
Yeah.
person's coming in blaming these guys that didn't even do anything. They were actually nice to her.
Yeah.
She started crying. They were actually nice to her, right?
Probably a lot fucking nicer than she deserved.
So, yeah, it's
Yeah.
that's my point. And so so that when that happened there, I was the one to like speak the loudest because again, I have a vagina. When she
Yeah.
did it again, I finally I let it all out. I'm like, you did this, you attacked, because she didn't even know you prior to you being on Tony's stream and she was trolling you, right?
Oh no, I came across her channel. I made a couple comments. She fucking popped off at the mouth because she was engaging in misandry, which I'm not a fan of. I'm like, here's a woman trying to sort a man out. How fucking disgusting.
You know what?
So she popped off at the mouth, told me, like, called me a fucker or something, and then I reminded her real quick that, hey, I'm not a dude, I'm a chick. And then she shut her fucking mouth. And then the next time I saw her was that night on Tony's channel, where she was popping off at the mouth again. And like I was like, I already knew, like, within the first 5 minutes that was a crazy bitch that was going on my list.
Sperm receptacle 101. Don't call another sperm receptacle as fucker.
So you just called her out, and then she took offense to it and went full throttle, and then she deserved it. So that's the same thing that happened when I told the guys, I'm like, let me. So I'm actually the one that kicked her out of the Discord. I'm the one that, when we did the voice chat, I called her out on everything. She wanted to like F you, and I didn't even do anything to her. What she got upset about was that I played really weak because I didn't even play. I just like called her because I was upset about something. She fit a narrative, and then as soon as she started saying things like, I don't have a huge channel, but it's bigger than yours, Minkas. You can come on my channel and I'll help you. I don't, but it's bigger. Things like I don't have a huge channel, but it's bigger than yours, Minka.
Is there a constant, a female version of a dick measuring contest that goes on between men all the time? I presume there is because, I mean, they always compare their engagement rings and their watches and their husbands gifting them mobile phones in India and all that, gifting them cars, whatever.
Because you can come on my channel and I'll help you. I don't. This is why I say I love Black Pill, and I feel like they saved me. She said, and I don't.
Wait, Black Pill saved you? I mean, this is the first time I am hearing it, but okay. We all here are Zen build. Existentialism begins when nihilism ends. Because either you burn out or nihilism burns out within you. That is what I believe.
don't want anything from you. I just think you're awesome and I want to see you succeed and blah, blah, blah.
So she was love bombing you. Is that what you're saying?
So whenever someone
Okay.
says, if this was me prior to this, I would have been like, oh, she really cares. Now it's like, what do you want, right? Even
Exactly.
even in my relationships with the guys, like it's
Yeah.
mutually beneficial and
Yeah.
there's no confusion about it. And there is a certain level of loyalty, right?
Yeah.
When it came to her, when as soon as she said that, anything
Mhm.
she said, I was like, yes. So she was like, oh, they have this on you, don't they? Yes. They made you do this, right? Yes. They made you do that, right? Yes. They made you
Oh, so you told her all the things she wanted to hear.
things that she fit the narrative of. I just continued
Yeah.
to say yes. And I was like, yep, that's exactly what
Yeah.
it is. And even things I knew that people had on her, I played on that. And I was like, yes. And oh my God, they did this. And I'm so scared. As soon as she said that, it was like, boom.
Yep.
And I had already seen her attack my guys. And I
Yep.
had already seen that, like, luckily they are very smart and they didn't play into it and they didn't allow her to wordsmith shit and all that stuff. They handle themselves. They don't fucking need me.
Yeah.
But when it's a person like that that I see manipulating people that I care about, I can't
Oh
help.
yeah. Oh yeah.
And so
Oh, yeah.
when I hopped on the call, she didn't say anything. We were talking like random shit for a while, and then I was like, "Look, I gotta go live in like 10 minutes. You want to say something?" She's like, "I'm just waiting for you to finish. I didn't want to interrupt you." I'm like, "Listen, don't pretend you're like this duplicitous whore that like is super polite.
Right.
You're big
How many times, Godmother, you and I have, come across these sort of shady individuals? I think it was the first time of Minga, but I probably am not butchering her name, Minga. Uh, I mean, it was her first time. Let us just say that. I mean, we had n number of times that people came after us. Oh, you did not invent it? Richard Grannon? Well, whatever. It worked, I suppose. It worked. So let us hear it once again. By the way, I left a comment at that time. Anti feminism is the new feminism, Spetsnaz, circa 2015. Because women realized that they could make fortune out of it as well as they could capitalize on genuine grievances of men via being the center of attention rather than men being the center of attention regarding their own genuine men's grievances with the system and the government and the state. Gyno-judicial state, by the way. Gynocentric state.
biggest loudmouth, so there's no need to pretend now.
Right.
You lied to me and you this and like no that you because what she was mad about was I was pretending to be weak. I was pretending I needed her help. I went on Fashion Fit obviously to gain like I want to gain recognition. I'm going to use my face and I'm going to use my not my JJ, but the fact that I'm a woman to get ahead. And the people that are with me that we're talking about the same things are coming with me. We're all doing it together.
Yeah.
And I have people around me that'll slap the shit out of me when I'm acting out of pocket.
Yeah.
It's that accountability, right? And
Yeah.
so what happened was I didn't talk to her before because I was supposed to go on there on Friday. They hit me up at like last minute saying we have a special, blah 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 blah. I went on the show, and I also asked the guys not to say anything until right before I was about to go on.
Yeah.
I don't like talking about what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Smart.
Did it that way. I get off. like we're all done with the show. I come back home. I'm knocked out. I like done. I'm exhausted.
Of course.
The next day I didn't wake up until 6 p.m. I'm like missed all my work meetings. That's how tired I was.
Yeah.
And when I woke up at 6 p.m., she was in the chat like throwing me middle fingers saying, F you, Minka, you're a liar and all these things. And I was like, dude, what the I didn't even come after you. You literally did this all yourself. And so then I hopped on voice chat and I let her have it. And I was like, I wasn't emotional. I was like, I just listed every person that she's attacked, every situation that she's done, how she cries to manipulate, how she
How many times I have to take the name of that bottom bitch?
over sexualizes herself, how she simp hunts, how she like pretends that she likes guys in order to get them on her side, how she
Yep.
tells guys that she's going to go out and fly out to see them and meet them and all these things, and how she basically
Mm.
like makes them feel like there's an actual possibility of her
Yeah.
sleeping with them or whatever. I pointed all of it out. I pointed out how she attacked the Discord. I just all facts,
Yeah.
and she could not stop screaming.
Of course.
She could literally not stop screaming. The guys couldn't even ask anything because she could not stop screaming. And
Yeah.
all that it exemplified was you got caught and you're a fucking feminist in the goddamn manosphere. And
Yeah.
I went, if you go on, I said you
There are many women who have been making mingers. This is for you, by the way. If you would see this in the foreseeable future, you would come to know that what was the timing when MGTOW was launched. It was around the 2010 or 2011. It was someone who was the stalwart called Man, Woman, and Myth, who wanted to have genuine concerns and genuine. I mean, he was MRA ish, but you know, he wanted to showcase some things about man, woman, and a myth, that is equality. Then came Barbarossa, then came Spetsnaz, then came Stardust, then came Chris Cantu, the biggest influencer and big towel mentor of all times, my favorite, Chris Cantu, MGTOW expat, you know, making conventions, International MGTOW Summit in Bangkok, Thailand, uh, you name it. No suicide streams. We used to run no suicide streams. Uh, we used to have, Mr. Bullets for Teeth on 8-hour Christmas live streams. We had Sandman, TFM, you name it, CS MGTOW, uh, MGTOW Dictionary, Miggy, oh, all these people today are gone. Their channels are gone. They have been demonetized just because some sperm receptacle was throwing a hissy fit. These channels came up in 2010. So, what I'm alluding to is you would see a trend of all these women making videos like in after 2013 that why I am not a feminist anymore. So I have been a feminist till date, in short, but I am not anymore because of my own convenience and expediency. Hypocrisy, by the way. Then, because they wanted to hijack the narrative. That is why in 2015 itself, 7 years ago, Spetsnaz clearly said it. Anti feminism is the new feminism. It is the fourth wave of feminism, said by Spetsnaz circa 2015. I mean, he was having a discussion with John the Other or other people because women were coming in the manosphere in droves, and they just wanted to set up their own shops. Some of them were quite successful in doing so, like Roma Army and others, and they still have around 800,000 subscribers. I mean, to hell with subscribers, to hell with views if someone is making content or something. But those who try to do this sort of false pretension of speaking on men's issues in general, they do it via using a man's own masculine nature against him. It is just like putting an axe on your own feet, shooting yourselves on the leg. Why? Because it is just like that, what a man does. And that is what we have to understand and realize. Some of the men do as well. All these roller tomatoes of the world, and uh, the other people, the PUAs who came in with the red pill, and you need to have a giant dick, and you just have to hold the frame, the masculine frame, like this and that. And she is not going to, destroy your life, take away your children, and leave you high and dry on the streets while living in the same house where you have to pay equated monthly installments, EMIs, for the bank loans at exorbitant interest rates, while she could enjoy whatever she wants. And within a relationship as well, if you don't give her money, it is considered as financial cruelty. She could turn off the tap of you know just having a sexual intercourse with you, but it is not considered as sexual cruelty on a man. Girls just wanna have fun. Whoa, whoa, just wanna have fun. Cindy Lauper.
You the videos too. If you go on
Yeah.
King's, one of the one King's had a live stream that we were on, and she had, this is the other thing too, right? So someone had like asked a question of like, do women belong in the manosphere? And I had like a whole essay of what I thought, which is a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, where I think the women that sexualize it need to be booted. I think the women that cry crocodile tears need to be booted. And I think the women that want to change it, because it's a man cave, right? It's not.
Right.
I always say, if you're in here, understand this is the man's space.
Yeah.
And she was trying to beg the argument of, anyway. So if you're in here and you're a woman, understand it's a man's space, and
Mhm.
think that they're being mean to you because they're trolling you, but they're actually protecting their space. And then on top of
Mhm.
that, look at how they fucking treat each other. They're men.
Right.
Like, relax. And so the paragraphs, right? She started using those talking points. Never before had she said any of those things. She started using all of my talking
Just like some people are using your cry, bully, and other idioms, which you invented, good mother.
points, saying like, I want to be an example to women and blah. So I switched it up.
Whoa, whoa, no, no. She's a great example of how women should not be.
So I switched it up like in that moment. I was like, I have no hope for women. My last hope is men. And she, like, you could see on camera, she's kind of like, and then because it's not her authenticity, she actually even went further into it, saying that she hates that men keep trolling her, that it can't be this way, that because she has children and she's single and not married, that it can't be that nobody wants her. And then she
I mean, why it comes down to women actually, pushing marriage anyways? You should ask her that question. I mean, who was trolling you, by the way? Because then she would get into the lion's lair of the argument that she wants security. She does not want, again, I'm quoting Paul Proteus of all people, rest in peace, the another stalwart. And by the way, he was black. So don't don't say anything about color or anything. Barbarossa himself was a Latino. I am an Indian, brown chap. So Paul Proteus, and this is a part of the MGTOW documentary that is on my channel. Good Mother has reviewed it moons ago. Uh, in that very video of his, he says that women want men for doing this. Women want men for having a sustenance level of some sort. Uh, you know, women need men for this, and this. And he says, I genuinely feel that what I'm not going to see in my lifetime is that I want a man because I love men. Men and women both are shallow, by the way. And but at least a man is interested in a woman herself as an individual. It is only and only product productivity as well as protection, and uh, that is what we could call it as providence or whatever, that this has come to fruition. Anyways, let's continue. But this is the thing, people don't understand the unscrupulous behavior, whatever. Now you understand, Bingus. Now you do.
went into it even further, saying that like this is why I'm turned off by the manosphere, because this can't be the way.
The thing is, some women think that just because masculine nature is so imbibed, and inculcated within their biological imperative, that they cannot be able to, they would never be able to deracinate themselves or detach themselves from their biological imperative. They actually could. And that is why you would see all these monks from Shaolin Temple who might be inducted into the Shaolin Temple at the age of 3 years old. They remain virgin for their lifetime while practicing meditation and kung fu and whatnot. Uh, you would see the very same thing in some of the monasteries in India as well. In the minus 50 degrees Celsius temperatures, some yogi would be sitting on top of a snowy mountain, totally half naked, just having a loin cloth or something, as we call in India. But this is the culture that we should aspire to. There are only three sorts of people in the world, and having a bachelor's degree in psychology, you could better correlate to this one. There are always followers, there are leaders, and there are explorers. Followers could be anyone, leaders could be anyone, explorers is someone who just let goes of everything, and after that he turns towards existentialism. That only comes after you burn out, or there is a high probability of nihilism within you burning out. And for that, I would genuinely be happy for each and every person.
Way it is. It needs to change. We need to have a revolt. We need to have an uprising, and it's
There's our feminist
it is
hanging out
all on
again.
camera. And that's one of the things that I said in the voice chat. I'm like, bitch, you literally told me that women, we need to stick together, and that Minka, you haven't made any content with any other female content creators, and it's not a good look for you. The reality is, I haven't found any content creators that actually make content that are females, that have a vagina, that I respect, that I want to make content.
Right.
You're literally one of the fucking first.
Yeah.
And like even the guys, I told them, when I told them that what she was saying, I'm like, I don't fucking want any of these bitches. You got fucking Roma Army that lives in Canada that knows nothing about Los Angeles or
She's
California
nasty.
laws.
She's nasty.
Over-sexualizes everything. She's a goddamn fucking hooker. I think she's a sociopath
Oh no, she's on OnlyFans as well.
because she's from Romania. It's
Yeah.
then you have like Pearly Things, who's really a misogynist and just plays.
Exactly. She is. But for the time being, she is being bearable. If you listen to her, because she knows how to maneuver regarding everything. So apparently, women are multitaskers, as they say.
On what men think and believe, and doesn't leave any room to actually bring women to awaken, and only manipulates them and takes all of Kevin Samuel's talking points. It doesn't bring anything new to the table.
Yes, I have seen her since 2020, that she had been listening to a lot of Kevin Samuels and asking him questions as well. So I mean, necessity is the mother of all inventions. Even if you are doing all the right things for the wrong reasons, you are doing the right things because actions speak louder than words. Even though she is, a very big content creator right now, but who cares? And I do not blame all these people because it is the era of consumption, whether it is content, whether it is, anything. It is all about consumption. So that's it.
See, I'm Pearly. I'm a supporter of Pearly. Yes, she's a puppet. She's a young puppet, but she's doing more good than harm currently. So I support her.
I could understand that. I can respect
Yeah. I mean, she's young and she wants to be online and she wants to go travel and do these things, and she takes correction well. Like, there's been a couple times where I've had to check her a little bit because she's straying off the path, but I keep my eye on that one.
No one has given me that talking point, and I can.
No,
I can agree.
Yeah, she's the only one though. She's the only one.
But even like her little friend, she had Femme Sapien.
Oh, that crazy bitch. She's a coward. She was here trying to tell me what to do and shit.
No, her husband, the husband that she has, and she's like, oh my God, I'm married. That was her. So her.
Okay, so the puta madre was in US Army. Oh.
Ex-husband, her new husband, ex-husband. Her new husband was ex-husband's boss and her teacher. So she divorced ex-husband and got with boss teacher.
So she monkey branched.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, she's a crazy bitch. So she's a crazy bitch. I cannot stand that little cunt. Yeah.
She's so funny. She hates me.
Well, I have to tell you, I've met 3 women in my past over 2 years online that come to this channel and regularly take part in discussions. Mrs. Sunkissed, she's from the Communita. Okay. She's a little racist, but she's not a feminist.
Okay.
She's from the spirituality realm, and I have deemed her the queen of the blackosphere. And the other crazy black bitches fucking hate it. So do the SYSBM dudes. So she's actually a really badass chick. Marie, she is the Catholic dictator of the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp. She's a married woman. She's, I think, maybe a couple years older than you, but she don't say you're Catholic in front of her, because she will make sure you know, she'll pick you apart. For like, she came from a solid 2-parent household, good values, morals, principles. She's who I refer to when it comes to anything biblical, because I'm this heathen, this atheist, and I cuss a lot and I'm so vulgar, but she tolerates me because I keep the crazy bitches away, and then she educates me on the Bible stuff.
So I would love to have that conversation actually, because I
Yeah.
like I said, like I don't want to. If people bring up, I always tell people use discernment, right? Even with the should I say, go fucking look it up yourself. Like,
Or we could say have the perspicacity.
it's don't just go with what sounds good and all this stuff. And I just I wasn't gonna say this, but I just got confirmation I could say it without saying the person's name.
Mhm.
The reason that I went after Ashley, and that my Discord doesn't know this either, and I got some backlash from my Discord. They kind of made some like Putin jokes about me when I kicked her out, her and her 2 other friends. When I had spoken to Ashley and we were FaceTiming and she was crying because, again, she trolled someone that trolled her ass back. She called me regularly crying when people.
Oh my God. Why did you tolerate that bullshit?
Because you have also been harassed and harangued by other people, you know, who wanted to use you as an emotional, a shoulder to cry on, good mother. I mean, that is why you are giving her the solid advice, because you have been abused by others. For example, the prime example is Angler, of all people.
Because I really try to hope that people can wake up, but she's a lost cause.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I
She
met,
is.
we FaceTimed, and I talked to her and I talked to her 17-year-old niece.
Mm.
She doesn't have custody of her kids. Her kids are somewhere else. I don't fucking know, but I did meet her niece. And a couple weeks ago, her niece friend requested and DM'd one of the guys. Now, we instructed him to immediately block her
Yeah.
because it takes one nude to be sent.
Oh yeah.
Unsolicited to
Yeah.
fuck a guy over.
Yep.
There's not, and someone could fucking go ahead and like argue like, oh, that's
Even though the nude would be sent by the woman herself, the guy would be put into handcuffs and sent to jail.
speculation or whatever. When you're dealing with this kind of person and you see them manipulate, and a 17-year-old that's their fucking niece slides into a grown man's fucking DMs.
Yep. She
What-
caused it. She facilitated that shit
Like
for bad faith reasons. Period. The end.
and
Yeah.
that is why
In law of evidence, we call this as connivance.
that when I say like I don't go after
Mm-mm.
I don't go
Yeah.
after people unless they fucking deserve it, unless it's absolutely needed. And in this space, I have a vagina, I can do
Yeah.
it, and
Yeah.
I'm down to be the Nazi, I'm down to be the fucking Putin, whatever you want to call me.
Yeah.
You come after one of my people that
Yeah.
I see is
How about Stalin? I mean, instead of calling yourself the Nazi or the Putin, call yourself Joseph Josarionovich Stalin. Stalin.
honest, that I see is truthful,
You would have all the gulags.
that I see always is fucking consistent, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Bets are off. And it's
Yeah.
and she's gonna fucking eat dicks because this isn't gonna go away. It's not
Yeah.
something that like you're in the manosphere. You're trying to create a feminist fucking revolt in the manosphere.
Yep.
Luckily, bitches that are in our Discord, and I say bitches with love and endearment and respect, because we
Mhm.
do have quite a few women in there.
Mm.
They're not trying to get subs. They're not trying to do it. They're just there and they just
Do,
support
do
it.
they do
Yeah.
they follow your lead though? Like,
No, they're smart women. They don't need to follow my lead.
okay,
It's kind of cool because like there's one that's kind of quiet and doesn't really say a lot, but she agrees with a lot of the talking points. She brings valid like
yeah.
questions. She doesn't really she likes it here, you know, and then there's another one that
You know what? It reminds me, I have a reminiscence. I am reminiscing what was said to me in the first year of my college by another girl. We used to have an all boys group. Yeah. One was a boxer, one was a karate instructor, and one was someone who owned a liquor shop. One used to be a gym trainer. Yeah, I was one of the average normal chaps, and we were 8 to 10 people who were friends actually, and that too in the college premises only, not outside of the college premises. We did not smoke, we did not drink, we did not do any extracurricular activities as they do in the girls' dormitory or something, whatever. So, what we actually learned from one sperm receptacle, actually, I mean, I'm remembering this story because of her, is that one of the sperm receptacles actually came up to us and said that, hey guys, would you please include, and we were not a cool group or anything like that. We were the obviously not so cool people, uh, you know, one of one of the toughest chaps in our first year of college. And I clearly remember because one of these girls came up and the sperm receptacle was saying that, hey, please include our 4 to 5 girls in your group, please. So we said, we are not romantically involved and interested in you, please go away, shoo. And they said, but please let us just hang around you. So I said, you girls are having your own kitty parties over there, so go over there. I mean, why do you have to get involved with all guys group? So she said something and I still remember. By the way, this was in 2006, I suppose, many moons ago. So she said, well, we can trust you people because you are guys and because you don't take any bullshit from women, and obviously you don't fake, you people are not having a mask on your face to actually portray a fake attitude of yourself to get all the feminine validation. That is why you people could be, the safest group to hang around with, because all of the girls are backstabbing on each other all the time over boyfriends, over this, that, and the other. And we are just a bunch of homely, studious girls, and geeky, nerdy stuff. So we just want your protection as a group. So, all right, we said, okay, you shall hang around with us. I mean, that's it. That's it. People didn't like us. We were basically the ghosts, uh, totally invisible. And they became invisible with us. And that is how it was. I mean, in college, since I don't know why the thought struck me, anyways, but that was the gist of it. And I'm talking about India, by the way. India.
That is actually seeing one of the guys that their boyfriend and girlfriend, and it's really cool to see her because she was very much like me, of like independent, had to be blah blah blah, and like the conversation even we were having today, when the way she was talking about movie, like their stuff, it's someone asked her a question and it was had to do kind of like with submitting to a man.
Mhm.
If you had told me that she would have been like this today, like a year ago when they first started dating, I'd be like, no fucking way. But she absolutely am submitting to him. It would be disrespectful to him if I hadn't done it that way. And I'm like, that gives me hope. I'm kind of scared of dating, and like that, it's something that we do have.
Here is the thing, many people actually don't realize they go for the chads and tyrants all the time, but essentially that is human nature. I totally concur that. What they fail to recognize is that bodybuilding, exercise, or these sort of activities could be inculcated within your man, even if he is out of shape, even if he is skinny or morbidly obese. You could be the person who could actually help him to, you know, get out of his shell. I mean, it takes a little bit of time, and that used to happen when I used to, you know, not pick up artists, but I thought about relationships, because I remember a friend of mine, he was totally out of shape, and he used to be a commercial pilot, by the way. Uh, then he, you know, got engaged. Well, obviously he's divorced now, but when he got engaged, he started developing, food habits. It is about sustenance. It is not about what it is now. Women actually love in the present and just live in the moment of fun and happiness. They don't see the long term benefits or losses in that regard. So if he is a fuck boy right now, if you are going for a fuck boy, then don't think that you would be the only one. Your BFF could be next, and her BFF could be next. But eventually, partly it is because of the change in education system, because of the gender segregated schools, which Mr. Jeff Younger also touched upon. I think there need to be, again, gender segregated schools, so that people would be able to, uh, shall we say, teach men and women differently. Even though, I mean, as all the people, you would know that sperm receptacles, when they go through puberty, they sleep a lot, because that is the hormonal change that is happening and occurring within their physical body. Uh, for sperm donors, it is something different. They, when they go through a hormonal change and their voice becomes a little bit like that, they run a lot, they fight a lot, they want to wrestle each other all the time. So, what about a school of like Shaolin Temple Training Center for men, and giving them combat education, hand-to-hand combat skills and developing their stamina, developing it. Eventually what it does is it also increases the you know overall accessibility of worthy prospects of, in an ideal situation, I mean it is long gone, but within a patriarchal structure what used to happen is it used to provide multiple prospective mates or life partners, so that a woman would get one of the strongest and the most sturdiest and not a bull, I shall say, like a horse, like a breeding horse or something, but this is what they used to get, one of the top notch sperm donor, so that they would carry their genes and then have some sort of you know a superman sort of a child with him. And that is not done anymore, because even traditional masculinity is considered as toxic according to American Psychological Association, and that's it. I'll expunge on that.
That are like in there are pretty freaking solid. They're dope,
Well,
and
good.
they're
Good.
not and they're not following my lead or my example. They're their own women, and it's nice. It's actually really fucking nice because they're not. I don't have to be an example. They're just actual good human beings. That'd be cool if I could say example, but that's
Oh, so people are actually listening. Oh my. Hello, Mr. Nello Wolf. No, you have not missed the stream. We are actually reviewing the stream in the absence of Good Mother. So please be here with us.
it's not the case with these ladies, and it's
Well,
nice.
good.
Yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad you know more, because I've only come across 3 in over 2 years.
Yeah.
So.
Well, they don't have their own channels either. The ladies that I'm talking about, they also
Okay.
have their own channels. They're
Yeah.
just they have
These ones do. These ones do. And actually, Harley, she's the 3rd one. She's the youngest one. She also used to be a feminist, and she was homeless for 5 months, and that kind of fucking woke her up. So she comes from more dysfunctional background, and did the rainbow hair and shit, and and she's recently got married, and she's about to pop out some kiddos. And
oh my god.
I joke that she's the first graduate of the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp, and she's now an educator. I love Harley. She's
I really
sweet.
like it here.
Yeah.
It's fucking. It's.
But they have Harley and Marie started kind of a wife school channel kind of thing. So both of those girls, because they're married, they're not out here. Like
I understand it.
yeah. So they kind of talk behind an avatar, but at least they're still fucking talking, and they'll join the discussions. And Mrs. Sunkiss, though, the queen of the blackosphere, she is as real as they get. I would love to see you guys have conversation, because she's from Texas, and she moved to Washington State, so she's getting immersed in white culture, and I think it's helping dissolve a little bit of the racism she has. We joke that because white people are always the one that are called racist. It's like she's the racist and I'm the white supremacist, and we kind of get along because we can have adult conversation. And holy shit, black people fucking hate it, especially black women hate it, and she gets attacked a lot. So, but she doesn't give a shit. She does her own thing.
It's just.
Who's Jess?
Huh?
I don't know who Jess is. This is a new person. Wrenches, will y'all just excommunicado all the disrespectful little cunts that come in here and talk shit about the guest, please. Sorry, if you don't have a wrench, you don't get to troll the guests. Jokingly. Right? Could be Anna, or it could be one of, BB's crazy bitches that she's collected. Well, what do you have planned? I know you said you want to do a podcast, or you're working on your channel. I would love to see your channel grow huge, being since you want to be out there. I've been trying to avoid the algorithms because I've tried to keep my channel kind of crazy bitch free. I don't want to blow up. I have no interest in the viral shit. I want to kind of stay behind the scenes and be support staff.
That is very generous of you, by the way. Even though you are my co-host.
I'll keep the crazy bitches away, and I will keep making my list bigger and bigger, because once I get the green light, I'm going to start rounding these bitches up and putting them through the gulag. So
I'm excited. You give me hope. You mean my hope for my channel, or my hope for what?
Yeah, your channel. Like, what's your goal?
My goal is to be.
It's fine.
Sorry, it's just a fucking lot. Holy shit. There was a lot of unpacking.
Yeah. You're going to have a vulnerability hangover after this, too.
A
vulnerability hangover. I don't know. Brene Brown talks about it in her books.
I don't think I've ever heard the term vulnerability hangover.
Oh.
But that's actually like a thing. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'm straightforward. I do want to grow my channel to a retarded amount, but I don't want to sway my key points and my topics. I think that we need to have these conversations. I know that a lot of the conversation has to do with dating and all that stuff, but like
I really liked your conversation tonight. That was the first stream. Like I said before, I didn't know you had previous ones, and I listened through the whole thing. I was kind of listening to yours and listening to another one at the same time, but I was mainly watching the chat for crazy bitches that
the reality is that like I've had a lot of different experiences in my personal life as well as on YouTube, where it's like on social media in general, I have learned to love the hate. My first couple of pieces were either hit pieces or calling people out. I just go for what the truth is, and that's not truth, someone's truth. It's the truth, right?
Yeah.
And it's also very hard as a female to realize like a lot of these things that I have to admit that I was or that I did or anything like that. Like I said before, like I came in here thinking it was like misogynistic, and luckily these people were patient with me and they like planted the seeds and they helped out. Yeah. And I did, and I keep, and even that has prepared me for this, right? Yeah. So the thing that I do have is, because of my background, because of everything, my constant the constant pattern is I get a lot of hate, a lot of clash, and then they get to see me, there's consistency, and they kind of fuck with me for the most part. Yeah. But because of that as well is I don't necessarily like use women and like berate them to make an example of them. But what I do is I try to communicate that with them the way that they can hopefully understand. I have a lot of different experiences in my background that help me with. It's kind of like using manipulation for good, to be able to, able to communicate with the way that they're going to understand without making them feel attacked, without making
so you want to help women, right?
Yeah.
Be better bitches.
Better bitches.
Okay. See, and that's where I highly value your role, because I don't give a flying fuck about any of these women. I just want them to stop abusing men. So when I see these women, I'll just take them and I'll tear them down real quick and I'll throw them in your sector of the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp. And you can talk to them like they're 5 because you care about them and I don't. Like, I'm the bad guy online.
Okay, they're good guys. I mean,
Yeah.
technically neither of us are good guys. I'll say this is that, like, even with my best friend, right? She's really the only girl that it's like, that is my best friend. And the only reason she's my best friend is she tries to do the best she can. And whether it's in the moment or after or later, she also, the hell? Someone's trying to call me through Instagram. What the fuck? Whether it's in the moment or it's after, she always comes to the truth and she always acts accordingly. And she tries to change herself to be better for herself, for her child, for her family, for just be a better woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Really, 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 really hard to find those. At the same time, it's interesting in our dynamics is I was always very much too masculine and not feminine, didn't know how, and she was very much too feminine and not being able to stand up for herself. So we've really balanced each other out.
Mm-hmm.
She's taught me more about being understanding and sweet and kind of not just jumping the gun. I've taught her more about men are not wallets. We cannot like utilize them for things. It's not a good thing. And it always comes back to you. One of the things I like to say a lot is like the truth always comes out one way or another. It always
Right.
And
it does.
yeah. And so like, even like women around, it's like, I do hope that I can do something. And I apparently am obsessed with it enough that I'll keep doing it. I'll keep trying.
Yeah. Hey, I have a question just because somebody brought this up in the chat. Somebody's accusing you of me tooing a man after Fresh and Fit's podcast.
The hell?
Yeah, I don't know.
Not at all. I've never.
I mean, I have never seen this person before in my life. It's not a MGTOW person that I've ever come in contact with. But
you can look at my records. You can take a look at my media, my socials, everything. I've never done that ever. I've also never had that. You know. I also don't date much, so it's kind of hard to have that happen when. And I also have mainly like a lot of guy friends because they seem to be the only ones that like are somewhat normal back home.
Yeah.
See?
And actually on that topic, one of my friends just got fired from his job because of being falsely accused of harassment. So that's not something I fuck around with.
Yeah.
But that's cool. Maybe it's an Ashley like fake account or something.
You know what? It could be that crazy bitch is one crazy fucking bitch.
Yeah, no, it's
so you didn't make a hit video on her, you just sorted her out in the Discord?
Here's the thing, there's certain people, like the people that I did that for, like that I did pieces on, it's because it's the truth that needs to be said more and more so we could hold these people accountable.
Yeah.
Ashley is just a small little thing that's not going to grow. She's not going to be able to manipulate the whole world. She's going to, you know what I mean? And she's her own worst enemy. She just exemplified that. I didn't do anything to her. She jumped to conclusions. She fights everybody. When you have an issue with everybody, there's only...
You are always considered as the problem child.
only a matter of time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? They refuse to help her in any way, including giving her clout or doing anything like that. So I'm doing a hit piece. Everything that happened is already done. The only reason it's a conversation here is because and like the reality is that's why I did something, because that is dangerous. We're literally talking about these things.
Well, and when you're a woman and you know very well down to your fucking core, because it's in your nature, what toxic female looks like.
Yeah.
Like there's so not enough data out there, not enough research, not enough awareness because most women lie. Okay. There's not enough training out there to train men on how to avoid, because half the shit that happens, men don't even see. Like when as a woman, we see a specific thing taking place, you can already gauge what that's going to be, what the intention of that crazy bitch is.
Well,
And so as a woman, you can like head it off and stop it.
yeah, and that's what it's getting kind of hard not to like hate my own species, my own gender. It's
Yeah.
I mean, listen, like I leaving that fresh and fit thing, it's like I want to like not like those guys, but it's like fuck dude, like if I were doing this on a regular basis, like
Why don't you want to like Myron and Walter? I get a lot of shit because I support so many different male content creators because I look at the good that they're doing and where it fits in the puzzle of going in the right fucking direction. Like I'm a
Yes,
big fan of Myron and Walter.
you have to remember.
I'm only a big fan of Myron because he actually has the cojones to, tell women that Frank Castle is on and they have to get the bloody hell out of there. And regardless of how beautiful the woman is, she could tell that. I mean, much of that is for dating podcast where you have to see and sit through all the shenanigans that women play in general. But apart from that, it is a good time pass, as we call it in India. Passing the time watching some silly stuff or doing some silly stuff. That is called time pass. So it is an activity as well as a review of an activity. That's it.
Where I come from, right? So they,
Yeah.
even if like me, right? I'm not one of those, and they still like couldn't. I mean, they didn't really fuck with me because I knew this stuff, but but even then, like there's certain talking points that I can't say my opinion on that show because it's like, no, you're wrong, and so that's the part where I'm like, you fucking assholes. But it's their show, and
Yeah.
I respect it, and I especially respect the hustle. But I also, this is what I also tell people too, right? I say use your discernment.
Yeah.
If men up to 25 are at the lowest rate of having intercourse than they've ever had. If the suicide rate is so high, if they're killing themselves in the most violent fucking ways, if they're the ones who are actually oppressed, and the target demographic, because I'm in marketing, their target demographic is the youth. My hope is that all these content creators, these misogynistic guys,
Yeah.
all their target demographics, not target, but their demographics that they're getting are guys that are kids that are sixth grade and older. So what that tells me is these kids are listening, and you also have, you can look for it online. The mothers of these children, boys and girls, not just boys, but boys and girls, are literally posting things online saying, thank you, so and so. You helped. My kid wasn't listening to me, and they're listening to you, and they're saying that I was right. Thank you for setting them straight. Thank you for telling them financial literacy. Thank you for telling them to work hard in school. Thank you for telling them to be better at something like copywriting or something that's going to make them money. Thank you for, they're thanking these fucking misogynistic content creators.
Yep.
In my hope is that it's going to make them stronger, that it's going to make that generation stronger to be able to have men again. That is my hope. And so when I say I wish that I could say I didn't like them, it's because I also come from that background. So it's in my foundation that it goes against what I've been raised with, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to take a while to get rid of. I'm being completely transparent and honest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or anything. And but I even like, if you go to my TikTok, it's literally Minka Moniva. One of the very first videos when I first started coming in here, before I even went on Fresh and Fit, I even said like, this is fucked up because they don't actually have guests that can speak well and are good examples of good women. To now where I am and being on that show, they prepare the women multiple times before. They at least said it 20 times. This is live. We are going to trigger you. Our goal is to trigger you. Don't act out of pocket. This is for your benefit. If you actually do it, it's on live. It's, don't email us trying to say take it down. At least 20 times. Still these women still act the way that they did.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Because they're fucking crazy bitches.
They're delusional. And like, I'm sitting around there. I know that I have more to offer than most of these fucking bitches. And the exceedingly high expectation of what they demand and say that they fucking deserve. Not a single one of them said less than $150,000 fucking dollars that they would. Not a single one. And there was one that said she wouldn't take anything less than 600. And these aren't like top of the line, like bitches like we see on Instagram. These are like kind of bottom of the fucking barrel. I kind of
Yep.
lucked out that night that they.
Bottom bitches, as I call it. That is who they are. They have this inflated, superficial value of their own vagina.
Couldn't find anything better. I was like the fucking star of the show. They kept skipping over me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But like when you go into all of that and you see how well and they take the bitches out for dinner afterwards, like
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
like I would if I were any of those. I'm surprised that they haven't had a fucking nervous meltdown and like fucking thrown a bitch out. They don't even throw them out. They just tell them to get out when they're being irate. The
Yeah.
women being irate, not the guy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's so like to have all these different experiences. Again, I come from the other side to come over here and be like, well, fuck. And seeing
Yeah.
how they're handling it and seeing that they are actually respectful and seeing that they're like setting up the women to actually do good, but they do it all on their own.
Yep.
I'm like, dude, you guys are doing excellent work. Keep up the good work, brothers.
Yeah.
Like,
They do. They do. I know a lot of people hate them, but
I'm like, dude.
when they go around and ask these crazy bitches if they have a degree.
Here is the thing regarding that. I think everyone, if I have to choose between Destiny, a male feminist, the one who has an open relationship and projects his HIV positive virus over other people, just because he is in an open relationship, drinking another man's semen from his girlfriend's vagina, he wants everyone else to become like him. uh, this is my problem. And if on the other side, if there is someone like Andrew Tate, by the way, he is also doing what he is doing, and it is not good. But if even I have to choose the lesser of both evils, I would go for Andrew Tate rather than Destiny. And that is what people don't understand a lot. But eventually, I have a third option as well nowadays. We have our brothers who are MGTOW mentors, like Island Hermit, who are actually coming up. Mr. Iridium Kush, Mr. Bullets, Uncle Bullets. I mean, people need to, please give generous donations of amount to these gentlemen who would actually be responsible for, I want to see my community grow, thereby resulting in, more and more of island hermits of the world, so that we would not even need an Andrew Tate who has to go with a sperm receptacle from the transatlantic cousins and, talk with a bitch in a British accent who is always talking about, uh, you know, why I have to do that? I've been with 50 men. Bitch, you have been with 50 men. What else do you think? And he had to be respectful. The thing is, he is still jumping through hoops and hula hoops or whatever they call it, so that he would be able to somehow, somehow, do some sort of good for these people. I don't think that is necessary at this point. I just think that people need to do whatever they want to do, including going their own way.
It's like every other one. It's like, oh, psychology. I'm like, see, they're just racking. And last time I was over there, last time I caught a live when I had nothing else to do, I super chatted them and I said hi. And they were like, oh, hey, by the way, GM. Yeah, we just got word that, I mean, this has been months, but we just got word there's a couple gender studies departments paying attention to our channel. So like there's people looking at their channel, like collecting data points as we speak about how fucked up these universities are and what the product of their education
I
is.
love the thing that they have, the simulator that works off of the census to like
Right.
show these women what the percentages of them finding that kind of man.
Yep. It's
I've
great.
never
I
seen
love
that
it.
before, and I'm like, you could see my face. I was like, ah.
Right.
It's. I think that they're, like I said, fundamentally like at the root. I always like to look at the root of things, right? And at
Yeah.
the root of it, I think, and I was talking
And
about
big picture.
big picture.
Yeah.
What I mean by it, it's big picture. All these guys that are being canceled and labeled misogynistic and all these things, they're actually helping the youth. They really are, to the point where it. I hope, my hope is that the work that they do continues and they're able to um, help with the generation that's come alive, because we have guys that like the big and even semi big guys that are like creating that content. That's
Yeah.
just the surface level shit. When you actually like see the content that they're creating on other things, you're talking about the financial system. I saw one guy break down the video of who's actually in charge of all this shit, of like, what was it, black I forgot the company, but it's like black something in Canada, and the
Yeah,
guy,
BlackRock and
there you
blah
go.
blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
the men
I
always
know,
blame
but
the
it's
men.
not the
I then look at the women and I'm like, okay, who's extracting all these resources from these men? That's who I fucking point out, because I mean they all say it, follow the money, follow the money. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna follow to what pocket the money goes into. Wow, it's a woman. Strange.
and that's the part where it's like, but nonetheless, what I'm trying to say is that like these guys actually like are posting this shit, and
I
they're
know.
that's what I'm excited about. That's what I'm proud of. That's what I'm
Yeah.
like, keep going, keep going. Let's
Yeah.
do like it's we can't, like women, we can't, at least I don't know. It's I would say like we can't do it, but then it's like,
We have to.
yeah, but it's I'm looking at it, I'm like, dude, if these crazy bitches are in charge, then it's like we like
They are in charge. We just need to keep telling the men to fire their fucking asses. They're incompetent. Anybody with any kind of studies degree, any kind of science degree, HR departments, they could be fired. All these 3-letter agency, government fucking whores that work in the government, fire all those. Yeah. Don't listen to them when they threaten you. Like you don't negotiate with emotional terrorists.
Well, good mother, the fact of the matter is there are two ways to do that. Either do that Taliban style, or either wait for the impending collapse, the Great Reset, as they call it, and everything would fall in place. I'll expand on that.
Period. These crazy bitches.
I might need to keep talking to you because I'm like fucking Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I'm like
That's it. Fire the women. See, Kush has fired women.
I fired a
Okay.
woman. Good, thank you. I'm just
Well, in corporate America, it's a little worse for a lot of the men.
Oh,
I primarily
surely.
focus on universities because that's
In banking, it is worse than corporate sector because Bank of America, everywhere else, you would see the banking prospectives. I mean, there is a lady on the reception, but eventually the banking business is done by men. But eventually, it is the worst. It is the worst. I mean, HR only favors a woman over a man. It doesn't matter what is the color of the man, so that he could get some brownie points. Speaking from experience, and in the banking industry and insurance industry, I've seen most women are actually whores. And in the advent of hashtag Me Too, uh, it actually became something else. It actually became something else. Now women know they have a loaded gun in their hands. So that is what has happened. That is what transpired it to be.
It's where the treasonous domestic terrorists are using taxpayer funding and putting young women in a lot of student debt while they brainwash them into hating men. They're literally domestic terrorists. That's why you see my little thing here, my little ticker.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
It's I'm just it's
Well, but you should feel good because you're not a crazy bitch. So you're safe in the future.
I
Because
mean,
okay, let me put it
like
to you this way. Hold on, let me put it to you this way, okay? Now, these crazy bitches, the only power they have really is to get one of these agencies to come after you, right?
I don't have kids.
Okay.
Should be fine.
Well, you don't have kids, but they get men, white knights, to come after you, right?
Mm.
I mean, the ones online, nobody will really come out. No man is going to come after you in real life, really. I mean, the campus security guy and the guy from the Joint Terrorism Task Force that they had show up at my fucking house, both straight white men that already spent a great deal of time before they came to my house watching my channel. So when they showed up, the dude from the Joint Terrorism Task Force was damn sure he wasn't going to bring his partner, who's a woman, here. Apparently, he was a MGTOW guy. Didn't know MGTOW was a thing, but they were like, yeah, we don't really know why we're here. We've been watching you for a while. We don't disagree with anything that you said. Even the campus security guy was like, because I was like, will you guys come on the channel and talk? The campus security guy's like, oh yeah, as soon as I retire, I'm totally going to do that. So to send straight white men, because it's going to be predominantly those that work in the protection and sorting people out field, right?
Yeah.
They're going to send them to you to what? Sort you out?
Yeah, but I'm not I see the logic behind that. I'm more of like the crazy bitches that find out where I live and try and do some dumb shit. That's I even when I said it earlier today, I wasn't imagining men coming to break in my house. I was imagining the women or the gay guys.
I mean, you have a gun, right?
Yeah, but it's still they're like
Look, just stick to your Second Amendment rights, and just like in Bill Burr in one of his stand-up, comedy skits actually say, "You need a shotgun." Yeah, anything you got a problem over here? Wow. Then you got no problem over here. Now these people, they know what happened to these people over here. Well, so you didn't get any problem over here at real. So just get a shotgun, firearms. An armed society is a very polite society, so you need to have protection. As a matter of fact, in 1965, when you know, because of all these hippies and summer of love, bra burning generation, there were some instances of Me Too over there. So everyone started carrying revolvers back in the day. Why that cannot be done even now? Just carry a firearm with you all the time, and that is perfectly legal within the realm of the a thing called the United States Constitution. So it is just a tool to protect yourself. I mean, that is the thing that we should need to look out to. Uh, Three firearms are a must for a man, I would say. One is a shotgun, of course, Benelli M4 or KGS, whatever, KSG. One is a handgun, I mean, Beretta or you know, all you Glock fanboys. Uh, and one is AK-47, fully auto AK-47 with 7.62 ammunition. So these are my three favorites, even though I have never touched either of them. I mean, I have not touched any AK-47. I have not touched any shotgun. I probably would have fired a thing or two called, handguns, but that is the extent of it.
I can't. I don't know that I can. Like I said earlier,
Yeah, it's your family stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's me and there's my family. My family is and it would be different if I was even here. I'm in Miami right now. It's things just make more sense here than
Yeah.
it's there. It's just like things don't make sense. They don't. And and I already told my dad. I haven't told my mom, but I told my dad. I'm like, we need, like, I told him my plan is to, like, the whole family. We need to. They're not together, but like we're gonna need to move. It's not so that
Hmm.
that's my plan. I'm like, it's growing stupidly, obnoxiously big, but it's also for that too, because I need to be able to move them. I need to be able to know that, like, okay, I can speak frankly, I'm going to speak honestly and truthfully, and I know that my family's going to be okay. I know that, like,
Yeah.
that nothing's going to happen to them, because it's not. We also see the economical standpoint of, like, any business that's like ousted, done, especially in LA. That's what
Right.
my issue comes down to. But
Yeah.
it's not that, and honestly, it's not even removing that. I'm not like upset thinking about that. I'm more upset. I'm like, okay, then what do I do? Just
Yeah.
it's I feel a little bit doomy right now. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
No. You have more power than these crazy bitches do. I hope you realize that.
Can you touch on that?
Yeah.
Because you
They're
said something earlier.
they're crazy.
I know, but you said that they're scared of you.
Yeah, they're fucking terrified
Why?
Well,
because
they don't want to have a conversation with good mother. That is why. I can say that because all these women who came in contact with her, they did not come out unharmed. They have that mental scar that one woman showed them the reality on the writing on the wall, and they still are petrified, living in bunkers or something, looking beneath their bed every night before going to sleep. That good mother is coming out like Baba Yaga.
they lie and they know that they're crazy. They know damn well they're fucking crazy as fuck. And they know that all
No, I mean, just to add more concrete to your argument, good mother, I think they are conniving because they know that the state and the instruments of the state, that is these three-letter agencies or whatever, is at their disposal as they deem fit. Oh, it is a man who is, giving you a tough time for transitioning your son into a daughter while not letting him chop off his genitals. Call in the CPS on him. Tell him daddy touched him in his no places. Oh, you have financial cruelty? Your husband is, depositing money in some offshore escrow account? Oh, call in the, police on him. I mean, we are having a no fault divorce. Oh, your husband is telling you not to cheat on him. Oh, call in that, he assaulted you. Intimate partner violence, IPV, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, the whole saga and facade regarding the Johnny Depp conundrum. So, I mean, apart from all these women's shelters and whatnot, I mean, which are always full filled with women, They literally don't have much to, actually care about. So girls just wanna have fun. Whoa, whoa, just wanna have fun.
All the shit that they're getting away with currently, they shouldn't be. So, like this one-on-one conversation, they're afraid to have it because
Mm.
Hey, at least 5 people are watching Mr. Pseudoscientist. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here, sir. I'm just looking, uh, trying to maneuver as well as the participants. Mr. Billy! Thank you, thank you. Hold on, gentlemen, just a second. I am coming in. My lunch is here, so I just have to take the plate. So just give me 30 seconds break.
oh yeah,
That's why you were like, are you? I was wondering. You were like, you want to talk to me? Yeah. And
yeah,
they say about like women's intuition. That
yeah,
was I was in the chat that day. I'm like, I just subscribed because you're one of the first, not one of, you're the first woman that I've ever
yeah.
heard like publicly speaking this way, and I didn't hear you trying to like monopolize or trying to. I didn't feel like you were trying to like one up or take advantage, and that's
Right.
it's. I need it's hard being here and not because like yeah there's the guys but like it is I always keep saying I'm like I don't have a dick. I do still have a stupid heart. Like I
Yeah.
need and
Yeah.
that's what I was like the intuition was like, all right, I'm gonna reach out to her. But it's
But I didn't seem scary to you, right?
no,
Okay, why do you think that is fundamentally?
because you're not trying to manipulate and you're not
No, no,
I
no,
didn't I don't
no,
feel like
no, 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 no. Because you're not trying to manipulate.
oh
Fundamentally,
yeah, I don't have
like you're coming to this conversation in good faith. It's as simple as that. Like you're not trying to get one over on me. You're not trying to, any of that. And I think deep down you knew I would call you out on some shit if some fuckery started happening, right?
yeah, I actually said that earlier.
I know.
I was like, because you can tell a vibe when you get really good at reading people, you can like
Yep.
tell right off the bat, right? And this was the first time that I felt like I came across a woman that I could have a transparent conversation that would call me out like one of the guys do.
Yeah.
Like I'll be straight up. Like I went on the fresh and fit thing, and one of them's like pissed at me that I'm not done putting up the shorts, I'm not done marketing it, and rightfully so. And it's like but I'm also still trying. I will say this, I'm still trying to um before where I'm doing a lot was the bar keeps on raising of like I'm exhausted but I still keep doing it and I'm still trying and I'm still but it's going
Yeah.
to continue to take time for me to get to that level that maybe a guy that had a penis would be
Yeah.
because I can't compare it but I'm trying.
Yep. Yep.
Oh man, fuck.
No, I think you're doing great. I mean, it just says a lot that you reached out to me. There's a lot of women that reach out to me behind the scenes that are afraid to have a conversation in public because they're scared. They're cowards. They don't want to be associated with me because they see all the fucking hate that I get from these crazy bitches and they don't want to be jumped on like that. And I'm like, that's fine. I won't mention it. I know you're there. I know you're rooting behind the scenes. I do know that what happens on my channel, because I know you watch it, I know it affects the content you create on your channel, like
But
if you need anything, let me know. If there's a crazy bitch you need sorted out, let me know.
But that's the thing is that it's like I fundamentally like I agree with the things you're saying. Coming in here, I didn't agree with like one of them, which was the the thing that you're talking about, the petition. But
Oh, repeal the 19th?
yeah, it's fun. Like coming in here, you asked me, I'm like, no, not that one. Now I'm
Yeah.
like, fuck, all the way. Like, so it it's
Well, have you voted before?
yeah.
Oh, okay. I've never voted.
Oh, I voted twice.
Yeah.
So, but it's what I'm saying is that like anyway, so it's I've already received just even before this, not even talking on any crazy political things, just in support of some of the things that I've seen, like the passport bros or like the black pill or the red pill. It's just speaking on these things and supporting the men. I've already gotten so much hate just on that.
Yeah.
So, and that's the part where it's like I tell people, if you're like in this space or if you're doing this kind of work or if any of this kind of stuff, you have to, whatever baggage you have, you
Mhm.
have to like really work on that shit so you don't have any baggage coming into this. Because
Right.
number one, it's like the triggering points, right?
Yeah.
It's if I don't have triggers, you can't trigger me.
Exactly.
The only time I get triggered is when I'm like sleep deprived, and then I'm like, I'm tired, like I'm like crying.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
if I don't have any of those emotional stressors, the things that have hurt me in the past, of like bad experiences, we talked about it on my stream earlier about women holding on to these bad experiences and then they become triggers, and they're like these doom clouds that are not fun, right?
Yeah.
It's that's what you need to you got to get rid of that shit if you want to actually do something. Like that's what I was talking about Jordan when I was referring to Jordan is his triggers are what like earlier my trigger is what the hurt and the injustice that's happening fundamentally.
Here is the thing about Jordan Peterson as well. The thing about Jordan Peterson is that in an ideal situation, he tries to appropriate Stoicism while using all the banalities of the word, telling men to clean their own room. In short, listen to your woman, or you would suffer the consequences. And we could see, his uh, successor, Hafiz, also from the roommates, actually doing the same thing. I mean, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is called as insanity. And I do not subscribe to that level of insanity. That is why I actually don't, uh, you know, prescribe people Dr. Jordan Peterson because of that very simple fact that he is also pedestalizing women in general, that he is not holding them accountable for their own actions. And he is again telling men to clean their own room while they would not be having any authority, none whatsoever. When there is no authority and you have infinite responsibilities of the world, I hope that this is not what is going to happen. And that is the thing. Again, let us continue. Thank you, sir. Thank you. If something is always better than nothing, I applaud you, sir. I commend you for your, you know, Herculean efforts. If someone is turning, I mean, we all were once, you know, the very same thing, but eventually we learned, we got illuminated by these very facts. So, I mean, hats off to you for your efforts. I would just say that. After all, family is family.
as a woman watching other women put down babies and children
Yeah.
is heartbreaking for me.
Yeah.
The same way for Jordan, it is for like seeing his men being mistreated.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to me, you want to call me 31, you and unmarried and ugly and old. I get people calling me all sorts of things, but they don't bother me because I know who I am, right?
Right. I
Um,
mean, Grandma Monkey Lips. That's fucking funny.
Everyone likes that.
I love it. I love it.
I told my little sister that, and she was like, she kind of like, I like friends. I would be allowed to call them friends. I think they would get offended if I tried to call them friends.
Right.
But I like truth, and I feel I will say this. I may feel sad about like realizing the truth, but I will say that I also feel really in my life moving forward. Every time I get a truth bomb like this, like I feel liberated. I feel like
Yeah.
something. I'm not manipulated. I feel like I'm like, oh, all right, well that's what it is.
Yeah.
So, if you need anything, I 100% support you. I 100% support the work you're doing. It's not fucking. I can't. If I got this kind of hate, I cannot imagine what you're getting.
I just get a bunch of cowardly, resentful, crazy bitches thinking that they know me. Meanwhile, I point out, like Melissa Tucky, for instance, she uploaded a 41-second clip of her emotionally abusing her little son husband in training, and I called her out for it. And instead of her taking responsibility for her little insecurity, and bringing her 7-year-old online to defend her honor, like a bastard factory that she fucking is, instead of being like, oh fuck, I fucked up, maybe I should take the words of this mother who's already raised a son, to maybe I should just apologize and go about my business. No, to this day she defends the shit. Instead she called me a fucking pedo.
Yes, that was the most egregious, thing that I have seen online, that she's calling another woman a pedophile just because she's just reviewing your content which you put out in the first instance. I mean, that is what is the logic of all these level 148 IQ intelligence quest, you know, people. I just don't want to give them any attention.
Yeah, they
Wait,
keep doing that
you
one.
you watched my playlist, right? The one with the grill in her mouth?
Oh, you're fucking kidding me.
That's her. Yeah, yeah. To this day, she's still remembering that little clip I made. I mean, the rest of the emotional fucking diarrhea that she should be telling a qualified therapist. She calls a debate. Like she ended it with calling me a pedo, and that crazy bitch first went after one of my friends who is a MGTOW guy from India.
That's me, by the way, in case people don't realize, or if they didn't get the memo till date. Yes, because I asked her a question. I did not even address her. I said, I mean, this is the heights of hypocrisy that the West has come down to regarding drag queen story hours in public schools and the sexualization of children, which I was talking about, which is quite obvious. I was just stating the obvious on someone else's channel. And that very Malaysian tacky bottom bitch actually said that if you think that, West is bad, I did not say that the West is inherently bad. I just said that what the West has become because of all these Marxist woke policies of the world. Any country could become like that. India is already beginning to become like that. Japan is the same. South Korea is the same. Those countries which become like that actually have a negative birth rate. That's it. Now you would say, oh, but India is the most populous country in the world. Yeah, just wait for 10 years. You would see no marriages. Just wait for 10 years.
He was trying to have some conversation, and she started attacking him because he's not from America. Because she's one of these fucking crazy bitches trying to LARP as this traditional conservative woman. She's been literally pregnant 3 times, never been married, wears a fucking grill in her mouth, and calls herself a traditional woman, right? I'm like, you're a liar. You're a fucking liar. And why are you calling my friend a pedophile, you lying fucking cunt bag? That's a false accusation.
And that's where, and
Women use it by the drop of a hat. Women use it on a whim, depending on their mood swings. Uh, because everyone else would be clutching their pearls, and women have, you have, as a man, you have no place to hide to, or no place to, seek justice regarding a false accusation from a woman,
I'm glad I really like
even if it is online.
knowing that side of you, because then you
Yeah.
understand when
Oh
someone
yeah. Yeah.
it's not easy in that goes
Yeah.
through it, right?
Oh yeah.
Which is fine. It's the manosphere. They're protecting it. It should be good.
Yeah.
So when you have guys that are being patient with you and they're like helping in that aspect,
Yeah.
those are your fucking people. That's the way
Yeah.
for me is that like those are
Yeah.
my people. So it's someone made the joke the other day, like, oh, you went on Fresh and Fit. She's big time now. Get ready to say bye to Minka. I was like, no, motherfuckers. That's why I have you guys to like call me out. So it's I know
Yeah.
that whenever these guys like call me out for a reason, it's always with good intention. It's always to set me straight. And it's, I'm really excited. I think for the first time in my life, I only have good, real people around for the first
Yeah.
time in my life. And
Right. That's exciting.
that is something that it's like anytime I get down on something,
Yeah.
I have literally my whole life been like ousted for being too honest or too real or saying what I feel or anything like that. Like I'm a
Well, that is your good habit, by the way, for being too honest or too real. And don't just lose it because it is now considered as a cardinal sin. In this woke world, it is considered as a, in this feminist utopia, it is considered as a cardinal sin. Men and women are not equal. They never were, they would never be.
that you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And
Why
so
are you so blunt? God, you're rude. What? Why is it rude to be honest? Who said that? Who fucking told you? Wait. Hold on. I'm gonna double down for a minute because I love to do that. Who in the fuck told you being honest was rude? Yeah, you should probably go to that person and smack them because they lied to you.
and that's it took me my 20s to figure out that I kept picking sick people and that
Mm,
being truthful and honest is what triggered them. And if they didn't grow, they attacked me, right? And I didn't know
right.
that you picked nothing but sick people. It's
Right.
you start to think like I'm fucking crazy. But I also
Right.
I was still in that anger and I still had that baggage, right?
Right.
Now I'm at the point where it's like I still had the anger, I still had the baggage, but
Yeah.
I wasn't in the wrong being do. And now I'm at the point where only that I talk to on a regular basis, like every day, even if I don't like what they're saying, even if they hurt my feelings, even if we argue, I don't have a question of are they going to dip out? Are they going to turn on me? Are they going to do all these things? That already happened. I already got rid of everybody that wasn't with me.
Yeah.
It's a really cool place to be. I've never been here before. I'm like,
Oh man.
even when shit's going not so good, I'm like, at least
Yeah.
I have that. Like I've always wanted that my entire life.
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
My
That's
dad,
important.
my dad's a huge one.
That's
He's
important. I'm so glad you have a relationship with your dad now.
when it took both of
Relationship with the father changes a lot for the people actually.
us like I did the whole not drinking and drugging and changed my life and continued, and my dad actually ended up doing that too. And that's why I talk about the accountability. Yeah, there's shitty stuff that happens. Some of us are dealt different hands. Some people don't believe in it. From my experience, alcoholism is a real thing because I had to experience it. My dad had it, my great grandfather, everybody in our family on both sides except my mom and my uncle.
Yeah.
And to be able to like go through that and watch my dad go through, he didn't go through AA, he just stopped drinking. And it took him even longer to like take any accountability. But that's why I keep saying, regardless of how a person does it, people as human beings, we have that alarm clock. We have that thing that's like, this isn't right.
Yeah.
So there's at this where I'm at in my life, I'm like, there isn't an excuse.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
I did not think this is how the conversation was going to go at all.
How did you think it was going to go? Tell me what your expectations were and how I failed to meet them.
So no, you didn't fail to meet them. You exceeded them. I thought that this was just going to be a regular like YouTube conversation where we talk about the different pills or the different sectors or what they all mean, what your place.
Oh yeah, I don't care about any of that shit.
Yeah, no shit.
Right.
I mean, like I've tried not cursing, but like you made it really hard. Like it.
Z is your favorite supervillain? I thought it would be Joseph Stalin. Overall, this was a very honest conversation, I would say. I would concur on both the sides.
These are like.
I'm a bad influence. You should hear Marie when me and Marie have conversation. You will not hear one curse word out of her mouth ever. So when I talk to her, I feel like I might overcompensate for the cursing that I feel that she wants to do but won't because she has that much discipline.
I hopefully I learned from Marie because I really tried. I've been working on that a lot. I've been working on it a lot. I don't like how I sound. Hearing myself later, I'm like,
yeah.
But it's like I said, I didn't think, I thought this is gonna be like just like mellow, and it's just very like I didn't know I could be I didn't know I was gonna wake up even more. I like, this is it, and then boom, there's another thing, and boom, there's another thing. I'm like, wow, this is why when people go down rabbit holes, they used to go crazy. Luckily, I feel like there's more people trying to be aware and wanting to know the truth. But it's, what do you do with it afterwards? And I guess I'm gonna have to figure that out too. It's
yeah. Well, if you need anything, let me know. And Contriver's backstage. I have a handful of people that have access to my StreamYard.
That is my father, by the way. So please.
Because I try to encourage any of these fucking people to stream while I'm not streaming. Mm-hmm. Also, there's times where there's a whole bunch of people that'll join the panel, and I'll just fuck off, and they just close it down. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, he's up here for some reason. I don't know what he wants. What do you want, Contriver? I think I've completely exhausted her. She actually had a stream before this, so
that's I'm good for it if it's your show, so I'm good if you want someone to come up.
Well, Contriver, I'm gonna add you. What is that avatar? That's a new one. Hold on, is that like? Oh, I thought it was like a manly little mermaid.
It is. It's a manly mermaid with a sword.
No, it is a trident.
Oh, it's Poseidon. Is it?
Yeah. Trident.
A ginger
It is
Poseidon?
from it is from the Chinese comics that I'm actually reading right now. They call it
Ah,
manhua, not manga. Manga is Japanese.
Yeah.
Manhwa is Korean. That is for solo leveling fans. And this is the ancient warrior of China, Lu Bao.
Hmm.
So, what if in an alternate reality he regresses back to and corrects the thing that he did? Actually, he was a very brave warrior. I mean,
Hmm.
he predates around 300 to 400 BC. I mean, I didn't want to ruin the flow of the conversation. That is why I said, okay, I'll be backstage, by the way. Meanwhile, I was, getting my breakfast and lunch or whatever. Actually, my friend had a, family court case regarding his divorce. Oh yes, by the way. So what happened was his wife has put all these charges, false accusations against him, intimidate partner violence, sexual violence, whatever, marital rape. Uh, she actually, so I got there with my friend as one of his friends. That is what friends are supposed to be. When I got up there, I came to know that the case. The judge said that the other party and their lawyer is not there, so we have to adjourn the case for a for a further date, and this has been happening since 2017, I suppose. So that's it. I mean, I just wanted to support my friend, and that is why I was there. Nothing more, nothing less. Divorce proceedings to went over there. So that is why I said that it. Just a second, people. I have to come back, and I shall Sorry, people. Let us just see. I would not be able to join you for this one. But
Mm,
eventually, what happened was the case got adjourned.
okay.
So I had plenty of time. I came back.
So what's up, Contriver? Do you have a question? How was
Sorry. Not pretty well,
Contriver, by
pretty
the
well. Many
way?
things.
Contriver's the one that Melissa Tucky didn't like in her little sex cult PUA circle jerk petting zoo. So she gave him some false allegations and turned a bunch of other dudes against him, and you know what crazy bitches like to do.
Yeah.
Got in the way of fucking progress, in my opinion. So
Well, hello, by the way, fellow interlocutors, and sorry for ruining the flow of your conversations. Uh, I just wanted to, you know, a couple of quick points that I wanted to mention. That I mean, if I could refer to your name, madam. I
Minka?
mean, pardon?
or Grandma Monkey Lips.
Okay, so Minga is her name. Okay. So Minga is her name. I shall do that. Yes, yes, yes. Back, back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Yes.
I fucking love that. I'm sorry.
No, it's don't be sorry. It's like the golden, like honestly, like if anybody ever wanted to say, no, this bitch is full of shit, all I gotta do is
Yes.
say how they named me that and say you can't make this up. Like that's like a
Right.
like fuck you.
Well,
I
let
mean,
us just say,
because you've had you are those aren't natural, right? They're altered.
Yeah.
You're not factory original, right?
No, so
Okay.
here's the thing, like I already had big lips, but then I like got them injected and that
Right.
was maybe like a year ago or so. So
Yeah.
eventually we're gonna go back to normal, but until then, no.
I love it. It's funny as hell.
That's what makes it fucking hilarious. Is it
Yeah.
like it's it's they never cease to amaze me on their creativity and
Yeah.
like you gotta like the cool thing too is that like you gotta like really appreciate the creativity and the kind of people that are on here. I've met some of the most smartest people that it's
Mm.
just like I can't even comprehend the conversation that you guys are having sometimes. One of the guys, he's always using big word like to me like very big words where I'm like, hold on, let me go get a dictionary. And then I look up the word. And then he says another thing. I'm like, hold on, let me go. It's like an ongoing me learning a lot.
This one right here.
Same. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, go for it, Contriver. I'm gonna pee again if you don't mind.
Go for it. I'll be here.
Okay. Contriver.
So what's your
okay. So a couple of quick points. I mean, nothing too serious actually.
that's
No
okay.
question, just
Uh,
points.
yes. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Okay.
Not questions. I actually wanted to know the reason why you thought that repealing the 19th would not be a good thing.
Well, the only thing that I thought about was the idea of like women not voting. You have to understand like
Hold on. The lunch has come. The lunch has come. Just a second.
where I come from it thinking
Back.
normal human beings. Um, it's like when we had like the whole versus Wade, I don't disagree about not like, I think that like abortions are way too liberal, way you don't, they don't talk to women about the ramifications, how they're going to feel, like not even just like on a physical standpoint, but also on an emotional standpoint, right? And so I do have a lot of issues with those, but when it comes to something like the incest or the rape, or if a child came from that, that is like adding insult to injury in a way of that. And so when you have a law that passes where like women can't even seek help in those situations, it's like I see an issue with that. That was pretty much it. It's like at what point, like, my fear would be, are women just going to be completely like, is it going to go on the other side of the pendulum again too, where it's like women are just completely taking with no rights and get back in the kitchen and be a dumb bitch? That's where I was like, wait a second, but like,
Here is why this sort of idioms that we use, that those who are in the kitchen are dumb bitches. Um, Mingus, if you are listening to this, please hear me out kindly. The hand with which okay, ma, doing that. 113.55. 113. 113. 113.
as men, we're this and that. But then as soon as like men give women the equality, they're like,
Right.
oh my god.
Right. You know, when I look at some of those, and they all kind of behave very similar. They demand respect, right?
Yeah.
Only they're the most disrespectful fucking cunts I've ever seen. So when I look at them, I'm like, why are you demanding something you're not willing to give out yourself? It's like, you have to respect me, but you have to tolerate me not respecting you. Can you explain that for me? Being since you used to live in that delusion, maybe you can provide some kind of insight.
It's just a level of entitlement. That's all it is. It's, as women, we've been trained and programmed to believe like nothing bad can happen to us. No one's going to hurt us. No one's going to do this and that and that. And it's a double standard because it's, you have women that are literally chasing men with knives.
Yeah.
And there's no repercussion. And like, and not only that, but like the way that the police department works, the way that the court system works, the way that everything works is against men. So even men that I know that have called the police on these crazy bitches,
Yeah.
as soon as the cops come, they immediately put men in handcuffs. Immediately. It's not even a questions asked. That's immediately what they do. And
Right.
when you have a society like that, and that's what we have, there it's training men and women to believe this is normal. Women do not have repercussions. Women
Right.
are the victim, and you will always be wrong. And what does that
Yeah.
say to men? That says to men, you can't even try to fight this if you wanted to. And it's, I mean, I've been in positions where I've tried to like defend myself and wasn't able to. And when that happened, I felt even smaller and I felt even weaker and I felt even more vulnerable. And so I crawled in a little fucking cave. And that's, if I went through that just a couple of instances, just because I'm
Right.
a bitch sometimes,
Yeah.
imagine what that does to a man.
Yeah. Oh no, I saw that happen actually. My father's crazy bitch girlfriend, Stephanie, she used to fucking pick and pick and pick and pick at him. And she came after him because she was always accusing him of cheating on her and all this shit. She came after him with a fucking knife one time. I mean, this whole time I'm like, Dad, why do you put up with that shit? Like, this bitch is crazier than my mom. Like, and she had a son that he was trying to, be a dad to and stuff. But this bitch came after him with a fucking knife, and he grabbed it and fucking smacked her and was like, crazy bitch. Like, that was his boundary, right? That crazy bitch called the fucking cop on him. Cop showed up, put him in cuffs, took her child away. And I'm going, hey, she fucking started it. And I tried to talk to the cops, and, being a kid, didn't fucking listen to me. And yeah, I mean, he got let out later, but she ended up, I think, getting put in cuffs too. But that was the end of their relationship. I guess that was my dad's boundary, to where he was like, yeah, I'm not fucking with this bitch anymore. She came at me with a knife. But all the shit leading up to that, I mean, I saw it coming. It's crazy. Zero accountability.
Good mother, is it okay? I presume it is. Let us move on to where I came into the conversation now.
Okay. What's up,
Come on, come on, come on. Back it up, YouTube. Philosophy into it. Uh,
Motherfucker.
philosophy. Okay, I might have gone overboard at just oh yes, oh yes. No, no. I literally. Aha. Let me back it up once again. Once again. Once again. Let's back it up. Once again. Okay. 113:55. Once again. Once again. Come on, you don't demand respect. They not earn it. They never earn it. If place as a
Yeah.
janitor.
Only they're the most disrespectful fucking cunts I've ever seen. So when I look at them, I'm like, why are you demanding something you're not willing to give out yourself? It's like, you have to respect me, but you have to tolerate me not respecting you. Can you explain that for me? Being since you used to in that delusion, maybe you can provide some kind of insight.
It's just a level of entitlement. That's all it is. It's, as women, we've been trained and programmed to believe like nothing bad can happen to us. No one's going to hurt us. No one's going to do this and that and that. And it's a It's not only that, but like the way that the police department works, the way that the court system works, the way that everything works is against men. So even men that I know that have called the police on these crazy bitches,
Yeah.
as soon as the cops come, they immediately put men in handcuffs. Immediately. It's not even a questions asked. That's immediately what they do. And
Right.
when you have a society like that, and that's what we have, it's training men and women to believe this is normal. Women do not have repercussions. Women
Right.
are the victim, and you will always be wrong. And what does that
Yeah.
say to men? That says to men, you can't even try to fight this if you wanted to. And I mean, I've been in positions where I've tried to like defend myself and wasn't able to. And when that happened, I felt even smaller and I felt even weaker and I felt even more vulnerable. And so I crawled in a little fucking cave. And that's, if I went through that in just a couple of instances, just because I'm
Right.
a bitch sometimes,
Yeah.
imagine what that does to a man.
Yeah. Oh no, I saw that happen actually. My father's crazy bitch girlfriend Stephanie, she used to fucking pick and pick and pick and pick at him. And she came after him because she was always accusing him of cheating on her and all this shit. She came after him with a fucking knife one time. I mean, this whole time I'm like, Dad, why do you put up with that shit? Like this bitch is crazier than my mom. Like and she had a son that he was trying to be a dad to and stuff. But this bitch came after him with a fucking knife and he grabbed it and fucking smacked her and was like, crazy bitch. Like that was his boundary, right? That crazy bitch called the fucking cop on him. Cop showed up, put him in cuffs, took her child away. And I'm going, hey, she fucking started it. And I tried to talk to the cops and, being a kid, didn't fucking listen to me. And yeah, I mean, he got let out later, but she ended up, I think, getting put in cuffs too. But that was the end of their relationship. I guess that was my dad's boundary to where he was like, yeah, I'm not fucking with this bitch anymore. She came at me with a knife. But all the shit leading up to that, I mean, I saw it coming. It's crazy.
Aha!
Zero accountability.
Now it makes sense.
This makes so much fucking sense.
Oh shit, another aha moment?
No, I mean, technically, yeah, it's, I always said that like during, like, I've been saying since all this stuff happened, all the like divide and conquer aspects,
Mm-hmm.
that it's always been about like divide and conquer. And like even in every aspect that I look at any of these things, it's like, of course, like it's
I don't know what they call it in the West, but in India, the Britishers used to use the same strategy, but it was rather much more improvised. They used to call it divide and rule, not divide and conquer. After conquering something, after the initial conquest, you would have to rule. So it is not just about conquering, it is about ruling. They are the rulers.
like, you have to understand, I come from LA. The like whole
Yeah.
thing is about women and feminism and all this shit, and it's
Well, I grew up in Washington State, so that's deep blue also. High level of mental illness, like over 50% dependent on the government, gynocentric to the max. So I grew up on the West Coast, very similar culture, I think. Maybe more drugs and depression because it's up there where it's rainy a lot, but still crazier than fuck. So that's why I moved to Texas. I'm like, dude, it's so much nicer down here.
I don't know, but all the out of everything, like the fun, like to like summarize my whole experience out, like in
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
it's because one aspect for me personally, like, right? Yeah. When you realize, like, that that your mom was the anomaly, that the rest of fucking society is really like that. It's
Right.
it's because they are like, abortion
Okay, I'm
way too
fast forwarding
liberal.
it to.
Way they don't talk to women about the ramifications, how they're gonna feel, like not even just like on a physical standpoint, but also on an emotional standpoint, right? And so I do have a lot of issues with those, but when it comes to something like the incest or the rape, or if a child came from that, that is like adding insult to injury in a way of that. And so when you have a law that passes where like women can't even seek help in those situations, it's like I see an issue with that. That was pretty much it. It's like, at what point, like, my fear would be, are women just going to be completely like, is it going to go on the other side of the pendulum again too, where it's like women are just completely taking it with no rights and get back in the kitchen and be a dumb bitch? That's where I was like, wait a second, but like, again, like like I like to look at the whole, and it's
Okay, just a second. I would put my plate in the kitchen and come back. I'm just putting my plate in the dishwasher. Okay, just a second. Okay, I'm back. Yes, yes. It was my struggle internet. It was my struggle internet, good mother. Thank you.
if this is what we get when women are allowed to vote, and I'm just like, I don't know what's right. And I mean, I know what's, but at least I know what's wrong.
Sorry. I'm having throat, so that is why I'm coughing a lot.
That's
Uh,
okay. I understand.
but the thing is, if you would consider this, uh, let us go back to 2000 years ago. There was a thing called the Roman Empire, and within that Roman Empire, women used to abort their own children naturally, by the way, without any abortion, without any contraceptive pills, and they became too much hedonistic. Women, actually, not men per se, women became too much hedonistic. And if I might add right now, men did not had anything to hold on to. And given the fact that men are the backbone of any community, if they leave the community, if they become disenchanted and disillusioned by the feminist aspects of it, then I think that if you don't have someone to protect and provide for, then you would certainly not have anybody anywhere to look up to. And that is the thing. We don't try to recognize the fact that in this French Revolution slogan of liberté, equality, and fraternité, what we have totally destroyed is the aspect okay, so there is nowhere. So this equality aspect of liberty, equality, and fraternity is certainly not the case, and that is why men and women are not equal inherently, because XX and XY chromosomes are not equal inherently. So that is why you would see all these aspects of so much so that the Roman Republic had a negative birth rate, which eventually led to Roman Republic disintegrating because uh, Aristotle, who was the, shall we say, a Greek philosopher, he used to say masculine republics give way to feminine democracies, and feminine democracies give way to masculine tyranny. The whole and we can create this cyclical motion of what other people, someone wrote in a book called A Savage Order, in which he said that there is civilization, destruction, and then re civilization. So these sort of things actually happen.
Right.
In that regard, if you connect philosophy into it, uh,
Motherfucker. Oh, that makes such a valid point. God damn it. I feel like I just.
that was not even .00001% of MGTOW philosophy. I mean, uh, I was just embarrassed because I wanted to say more and mention about the Roman draft, actually. And that is how men used to get the voting rights, not women. Women gained it by using masculinity against men, using and abusing the biological imperative of men against men. I mean, that is what Susan B. Anthony says as educate, organize, agitate. Because this is a psychological thing, because a man cannot hit a woman per se. I mean, unless and until all women have crossed all lines, he cannot do a physiological damage to a woman in general, and that is not in his nature. His nature is to protect woman, even sometimes from herself. So that was the case, and I mean, that is the thing. But she was actually, you know, shaken to the core. I shall, I shall conquer that she was shaken to the core by just this very aspect of it. And that is why I wanted to say that even in the worst of the examples of the societies that we can take, let us just say, for example, ISIS. They kept women as sex slaves and war brides, whatever, but they understood the importance and significance of women being the future generation carriers. Uh, I think that women who work in a kitchen barefoot and pregnant are not dumb bitches for the mere fact that they run the household. Even someone like Shahrazad Ali used to say when in 1989 when she come up when she released her book, and she was the authoress of the book, uh, Black Man's Guide to a Black Woman's Heart or something like that. uh, she said in one of her speeches somewhere that nutrition is such a big aspect of femininity that you could decide how a man is going to die and how slow he is going to die. So these aspects are feminine in nature. Although men could, give you the significance of all these herbs and whatnot, but what should you cook? Which should be the nutritious food for your family? That is a woman's field. That is a woman's stuff. That is not a man's stuff. It has never been. I mean, traditionally, in an ideal situation, of course, it is not an ideal situation anymore, but it is just like devaluation of yourself, of your own femininity, so that you would adopt some sort of masculine frame, or you would learn or unlearn something which is which is totally not in congruence with your biological imperative. That is something that uh, I wanted to elucidate on, but I could not, because the time was, time is of the essence, and time was limited. Time was, yes, it was limited.
Oh man,
I
if
think
that
I think I've already thought out the dots you already just connected.
yeah, sorry, it's
I know. Y-
The thing, the thing,
I know
uh,
I'm smart enough to figure shit out, but like
y-
God.
It helps to have lovely, patient gentlemen as sounding boards that will take the time to explain some things, you know?
By the way, what were you having? Coffee at that time of the night? That is why you are not getting enough sleep and suffering from all this sleeplessness. I mean, you should sleep a bit more, good mother.
My last leg to stand up.
It's okay. It's okay. I will say it, and this is my own opinion. I am tired of sacrificing the many for the few. If we live in a binary culture where it's, you know, one or the other, I pick sacrificing the few for the many. Plus, with technology nowadays, that number would be a lot fewer. So
Can I cry now? Because like I feel
no, no, you can't. Here, here. There you
oh
go.
my god, no, I'm not really gonna cry. This is
Oh.
actually funny. This is at least like
Mhm.
it is it's like a mind fuck that I'm just going through, and I just like the
I
last
know.
leg that I
I know.
literally the last leg that I had to stand on is completely null and void when looking in the grand scheme of things in the society that we're in and the detrimental speed and the rate that we're going, not just like into the as you said, the feminine democracy, but into the
Mm. We've already been there for a while. That.
which is why I said we're already leaving that and go.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So, no, but here is the thing. Please kindly hear me out because
I'm
that
sorry.
is the. No,
You
no, no, it's fine. It's
caused
fine.
the
It's fine.
light bulb to go off at the beating rate that I was just shocked.
Hey, listen, I have been in the Red Pill Rage for 7 years. 7 freaking years. Multiply that by 365. What you were having, multiply that by 365. Let us go back to 2000 years ago. I look at the chat as well, so I am looking at the chat. So that is why, please, gentlemen of the chat, I'm just looking at the chat, so I could read some of the comments for my fun. So please don't hold it against me, good sirs. There was a thing called the Roman Empire, and within that, yes, I don't care. Roman Empire, women used to abort their own children naturally, by the way, without any abortion, without any contraceptive pills, and they became too much hedonistic. Women, actually, not men per se, women became too much hedonistic, so much so that the Roman Republic had birth rate, which eventually led to the Roman Republic disintegrating because uh, Aristotle, who was the, shall we say, a Greek philosopher, he used to say masculine republics give way to feminine democracies, and feminine democracies give way to tyranny. The whole notion of hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. This cyclical motion of what other people, someone wrote in a book called A Savage Order, in which he said that there is civilization, destruction, and then re civilization. So these sort of things actually happen.
Right.
In that regard, if you connect philosophy into it, uh,
Motherfucker. Oh, that makes such a valid point. God damn it. I feel like I just. Oh man, if
I think
that.
I think I've already thought about the dots you already just connected.
Yeah, sorry, it's.
I know.
The thing, the thing.
I know I'm
uh,
smart enough to figure shit out, but like,
Y-
God.
It helps to have lovely, patient gentlemen as sounding boards that will take the time to explain some things, you know?
My last leg to stand on.
It's okay. It's okay. I will say it, and this is my own opinion. I am tired of sacrificing the many for the few. If we live in a binary culture where it's, one or the other, I pick sacrificing the few for the many. Plus, with technology nowadays, that number would be a lot fewer. So
Can I cry now? Because like I feel
no, no, you can't. Here, here. There you
oh
go.
my god, no, I'm not really gonna cry. This is
Oh.
actually funny. This is at least like
Hmm.
it is mind but it's like a
you people are savage in the chat, by the way. I was the same. I cannot complain. I was the same. So that's it.
mind fuck that I'm just going through and I just like the
I
last
know.
leg that I
I know.
literally the last leg that I had to stand on is completely null.
Mr. Iridium Kush, that is the case. I mean, people, I'm an old millennial from my mid 30s. I shall concur, I shall concede this. We have not been told history. Even I have not been told all these things. I did delve deeper into philosophy and other things because of my own human curiosity. Uh, I wanted it to, come to fruition to some logical conclusion. So, since it could not happen, here I am.
And void when looking in the grand scheme of things in the society that we're in and the detrimental speed and the rate that we're going, not just like into the as you said the feminine democracy but into the goddamn tyranny. It's just
Mm-hmm. Mm. We've already been there for a while, though.
which is why I said we're already leaving that and go.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So, no, but here is the thing. Please kindly hear me out
I'm,
because
I'm
that
sorry.
is the. No,
You
no, no, it's fine. It's
caused the
fine. It's
light
fine.
bulb to go off at
Uh,
an exceeding rate that I was just shocked.
Hey, listen, I have been in the Red Pill Rage for 7 years. 7 freaking years. Multiply that by 365. What you were having, multiply that by 365 every single day for 7 years.
Yeah.
Many men have been there. Many men have deleted themselves from the society because of this. Because there is a loss of identity. What you are going through right now is also a loss of identity. Who am I? What am I here for? I mean, what do I live for? I mean, is there a life worth living for? I mean, these are the emotions which men go through every time. But what the point I was trying to allude to is that the American Constitution, if you would see, which talked about the draft and then men getting the voting rights, it was actually taken the entire framework of the US Constitution regarding men, only men. I'm not even talking about women right now. Regarding men, it was taken from the entire Roman Republic system, during which a Roman Republic, I mean, these were the days of Julius Caesar, Marcus Aurelius, and all these stalwarts of Socrates and Plato, Cato the Elder, Cicero. So these were the stalwarts who made Roman Republic as the Roman Republic. These were the hyper masculine, testosterone exuding patriarchs, stalwarts, which invented even philosophy, at least the Western philosophy, I shall say. In that very concept, the Roman Republic, and just like the Spartans as well, the Romans had a system in which a boy would get enlisted into the Roman military school, and then till the age of 35, because average age at that point in time used to be around 35 to 40 or something for most men. I mean, if someone is a very old gentleman, I mean, 60 was compared as, 80 or 90 in our days. They used to go through a hard tutelage in the Roman legions, military school. They were recruited as infantry or cavalry in the Roman legion. They used to fight in wars. And when they used to come back with all their limbs and libido intact, then and only then they were given the voting rights to vote in the Roman Republic in the Senate. That is where you see all the remnants of the Roman Republic, the disintegrated, fallen structures of the buildings of the Senate over there in Italy or somewhere, where you go over there and visit all those, archaeological sites. And after that, the state used to issue him a wife, or if he loved anybody, then he used to approach a nobility or a sovereign or a landowner or something, where he would get a wife. So this was the system for men. Now what has happened in the advent of 1919 is we are converting civilization. Men have not fought in the trenches with their intestines coming out and being gutted with naked bayonets in the First and the Second World War. They literally not got their testicles and limbs blown up while getting blown up by mortar shells incoming, or the barrage of rocket launchers or artillery coming in. They have always been mollycoddled and protected. Even Titanic, which is supposed to be a romantic movie, in that case as well, women and children first. Why? Because a woman, even though she might be a totally illiterate, educated woman who does not understand A for apple and B for ball, she would be able to give birth to the next generation of humanity. That is why, since you have read Quran and all that, in every culture, which is the same in Buddhism as well, people think that Buddhism is all about liberating this, that, and the other. I mean, it is highly patriarchal, which people don't know, by the way.
Yeah.
Since they just want to flaunt it that they are somewhat different from Christianity, living in a Christian nation. That is why they do it. And mostly women, by the way. I'm sorry to say. Uh, in that culture, women have totally bypassed. So, coming back to the voting rights, in that culture, women have totally bypassed. Really, Red Ranger? I'm a PhD. Really? The process of getting authority without having any responsibility of voting rights, because look how hard it is for a man to get his voting rights. I mean, if he does not sign up for the draft as an able-bodied man, then he's supposed to, not get a waiver regarding his voting rights, and he has to spend how many days in jail or whatever. That is the basic premise of democracy itself. How did women get it? Via activism. That is what Susan B. Anthony and other women actually say. Educate, organize, MGTOW philosophy, and to paraphrase Mr. Real Talk in general, I would say educate, elevate, separate. That is the funda of most of these feminists, that they have been using a man's own masculine nature against him, just like putting an axe on your own feet. That is the thing. I'm just saying. And if you would read the Esther Villar's book, The Manipulated Man, she says that a man would go through a war, get his limbs blown up, a man would go through any amount of, psychological and emotional violence, and harangue and harassment, committed by his significant other on him, because at the end of the day, he just wants to touch her. That is the biological imperative, which is quite natural. Which is quite natural. It is just that within a patriarchal structure, men used to have responsibility alongside authority over women, wealth, and their children. Women, land, and their children. So he was considered as the king of his own castle. If he was not doing a great job, then the bigger king, that would be the noble or the sovereign, would give him a reality check, and he would be repudiated and his authority could be abdicated for not falling in line. That was the hierarchy, and that still is in a way in the corporate world, I shall say. It is just that people don't want to recognize the fact that this psychological warfare actually happens because they are using and abusing a man's biological imperative against him. So you say, we want equality, yeah, 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 we are burning our bras. Okay, okay, just don't disturb me. I'm trying to do some work. I'm trying to feed my children and my family, my lovable wife. Just let me do that, please. I'm not a bad person. No, no, no. You have to accept LGBT and form an intersectionality, so that intersectionality mafia would vilify you for being a straight white man or any straight man in any country, which has rather culminated into American Psychological Association putting out some advocacies, say, enunciating the fact that, I mean, elucidating on the fact that traditional masculinity is toxic, which is used by all the feminists of the world, which say that in a service based industry, women could do it better than men. Well, what if the service based industry is not there? This golden vagina privilege or pussy privilege would not be able, is not sustainable. That is not, having a punani is not the guarantee. of sustenance. But hey, I mean, people are in for a rude awakening. Let us just see. I'm just saying.
I'm just
Just put.
Mike when you do
No, no.
No,
There
he
is a
does
lot
many
more to
mic
come.
drop. Oh. Can
There
you
is a lot more. Yeah.
that.
can you handle it?
Just
I know she's already.
Oh, you don't have to prove. I mean, it's just. I mean, I would like
so.
to. I would like. I will say this. It's about to be 2 in the morning here, so
I
I can
know.
sleep. But I would, if it's okay, I would like to come back because your level of intelligence and like proving with facts and history and is like.
No, but or you can always invite Contriver on. I'm sure he
Oh
wouldn't
yeah.
mind having a one-on-one. You can pick his brain if he has the time.
Well,
He
it's like I.
Yes, Mr. Iridium Kush. Feminism is communism with a skirt. I would call it feminism is Marxism in high heels. I mean, more or less of the same thing.
I'm not like I think I'm relatively decently smart, but like when it comes to this stuff, I try to take in the information because then that's what I utilize when I'm talking to other women because
yeah
it's I just have to reformulate it in a better way that they can understand. Because even with me, I
yeah
like you saw me
you
like
have to dumb it down. You have to dumb it down for the developmentally retarded. I get it.
it's just even with me like you saw I don't know if you saw me off camera. I'm like
Yeah,
this low and only focus on that, and it's like but
yeah,
when I did, it's like it's
yeah. I know. I know. And this will be up there. You can revisit it, and I know it's late. I
it's
know
just
it's late for you.
like this is a lot of information, but it's not this there's no what I always harp on is like when I'm listening to all of these points and topics and whoever it is, it's I'm listening to facts and not feelings because while feelings are amazing and it makes us human and I believe in humanity and all that stuff, it's the when we're talking on these things, we do have to focus on the facts. We do have to focus on proving. We do have to focus on hypotheses and theories and it, we're in a time and place where it's like we are essentially repeating history, but the way that you're explaining it and the detail which you're giving as examples is like I'm
Yeah,
like this is ridiculous. Like
yeah,
Hey, this is MGTOW knowledge, by the way.
yeah.
I didn't know that's what this was. I now I understand. I didn't understand mental. I mean, like, I had heard of the three tenets and I understood it, and logically it makes sense the way the way that the court systems are and what I've seen, and especially all the stories that I've heard of all these different men. But like now, like at its foundation, it's like, oh, okay. I mean, even
Oh shit!
it's not safe.
For men, I know.
Like it's not it's I'm sure now it's like I don't know if it is this way or not, but like it, I have a feeling that it's not that men don't want women and hate. I mean, maybe they do because experiences, but like
Nah.
not
Even the most woman hating men still biologically aren't
right.
capable of hating women. It's not in their nature. That's why women have gotten away with what they have for so damn long.
And that's what I mean is that like realizing that and understanding that on a like biological, you cannot argue with this standpoint, and they are
Yeah.
choosing to go their own way, and they're adamant about the three penance, including like the cohabitating and the not. I mean, even the having children part didn't make sense to me. Where now it makes fucking sense to me, and it's like that's like when you have to go to that extreme to protect yourself. It just
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes, Red Pill Pope. I mean, I understand, Mr. Iridium Kush. It is still Disneyland. But the thing is, this was an honest conversation. I That is just my surmise, but eventually, uh, the starting point, the journey of 1,000 miles, start with a single step. Unless and until we say, I don't know, there is a great possibility of learning, of having the very same level of perspicacity as stalwarts like you have, by the way. And I commend you for your efforts, sir, for taking precious time out of your busy schedule and making some content for the people. I just wish that I had some teachers like you who were as cool as you. I would, definitely do all my homework and I would have been a very good engineer. And I would have been a Chad bodybuilder as well, where Island Hermit would be training me, Frankie would be reading philosophy to me, and Mr. Bullets, who would be always by my side. And last but not the least, good mother. Thank you for your generous efforts, Ma. This would not have been possible without you and your perseverance, your tenacity. This is because of you.
MGTOW is a result of feminism. It's a natural human response to fucking abuse. I mean, what do they say in the narcissistic abuse community? No contact. Get the fuck away from your abuser, right? Yeah. But they're demonized by the feminists.
Now it makes. I didn't understand it before, and now it makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you understand now.
Yeah. Fuck those crazy bitches. Oh, by the way, some good. There's some of our people have been trolling Ash Thought while we've been busy.
What do you mean?
Some people that we know, some MGTOW gents have been over at Ashley's fucking calling her out on her bullshit. I don't know. I
Oh,
gotta.
shit.
Oh yeah, no.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
I'm just glad that she's gonna be like that fucking bitch. She's
Oh yeah. Fuck her. Well, when you told me that she was coming after me, I was like, oh, is that what she thinks she's doing?
Good mother has already handled FBI, Criminal Investigation Joint Terrorism Task Force, and police on her doorstep. What else do you think she could do? Dumb bitch. I mean, dumb sperm receptacle.
yeah.
That's funny because that's what all the
And by the way, since Good Mother is in the good books of men and she has the respect from the MGTOW community in general, she has developed an imaginary male genitalia and now she's a man.
crazy bitches think that they can come after me, and it's weird.
And that's the funny part because a lot of the guys were asking me, like, are you going to be okay? Because maybe she's going to use the information you told her. I'm like, first of all, half the things I told her were lies. Like, I told her the guys had
Right.
because she gives her news out to everybody.
Right.
And the other half is true, but there's nothing, I don't hide my past. I don't hide who I am because I think that that's, like we said earlier, you are as sick as your secrets.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
This is some like fucked up shit that you did to me.
I'm sorry. It's psychedelic, isn't it? I've heard that it's psychedelic experience.
Don't be sorry. You're doing good work.
Well, so are you.
This
And
cannot.
I appreciate you not being a cowardly, crazy bitch. I appreciate that about you.
I don't know how to feel about that. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have gone. I'm just kidding.
No, you're good. You're on the right track.
Oh man.
I hope you enjoy my support of your future endeavors. If there's any crazy bitchery that needs to be sorted out, let me know.
Including if you could call me out. because that's one of the things that it's like I really am adamant about because I'm a human being. I'm a girl. I'm gonna be like there's gonna be things where I'm like confused about, and there's only people that I respect that like I believe they're gonna call me out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
Well, if I see you lie, I'll call you out.
okay. That's all.
Yeah. If I see any crazy bitchery infection, because I'm sure you'll be messing with some crazy bitches at some point, and it's infectious. So if I see any, that's kind of something we have with the women that I involve myself with. We hold each other accountable. I pact that if we see any crazy bitchery happening, like because we're in the dirt.
Well, that is what good mother does, and that is the motto of the society saying all the gentlemen are here and two people are still watching.
We're in the fucking mud with the pigs. So me the most. I deal with these crazy bitches the most. So I'm like, okay, if you see any crazy bitchery, let me know where I fucking got it on me because the shit is contagious. Yes, contriver.
Could you play this video?
What is it? My brain is kind of spent personally, and it's
I realize it is, they had a long weekend and they just want to sleep peacefully, and that is why it has been a long weekend. I mean, even I don't have the energy to do that anymore, like, because I'm spending so much time, you know, sleeping 5 hours a day only. That does something to you, doesn't it?
too
It's fine. I'm your wingman.
okay. Can we save it for the future?
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Uh, there is.
or
It's fine. It's fine.
okay.
We shall do it later.
Here, I'm gonna copy it. If you want me to not watch it and watch it when I see you again.
Well, the my channel is adjacent to Good Mother's, one of Good Mother's subsidiaries. That is why she is considered as Good Mother.
Yeah.
My channel is a teeny tiny channel, and it actually it actually has a MGTOW documentary made by one of the stalwarts like Barbarossa, Spetsnaz, and Stardust. Stardust still makes content about MGTOW philosophy in general, and this is not even the starting point. So I think you would be much more, mesmerized by the knowledge you shall be getting about male and female nature relationships just by reading one book, ironically written by a woman called The Manipulated Man. It is written by a female doctor who goes by the name Esther Villar. Esthervillar. She is of German origin, Argentinian origin, and she wrote this book. I think that I'm just paraphrasing about female nature in general from the one of the excerpts of her book. When a woman says to a man, "I love you," what exactly she is saying is that you are actually a good workhorse. And by the way, if I'm not mistaken, she was not only a female doctor in medicine as a physician per se, but she also used to, you know, indulge with some psychiatrists as well, or she was herself a psychiatrist. I don't know, because there is a difference between psychologist and psychiatrist, and both people actually, think that both are the same. They are words apart, and psychology comes in paramedical, just like there is something called paralegal in that case. So there is a lot more to on this very particular philosophy to analyze about. But we are here. We shall be here. I mean, there are more of the people alongside me. I'm nobody, so people would be there to. Okay, butthole. Now get out of here.
Did you say butthole?
So
Yeah.
I was looking up the book and then I was laughing because you said she was Argentine and then I'm Argentine, but there's a lot of Germans that went to Argentina because they were Nazi sympathizers. So then I was finding the book and hearing what you said. I found it, by the way.
congratulations, you're on the right path. Just keep trudging on this very path without any trepidation, and you shall be illuminated, and it would be ecstatic. You would be on the path of your self actualization, except the fact that uh, you yourself are a woman. I mean, this is geared towards men in general. That is what we do. But if you yourself would be able to uh, elucidate on these very points in general public, if you could do that, that would be the greatest service for men as a gender which you would be doing in the foreseeable future. I mean, if you are able to do that, hats off to you. Yeah, just read it. I mean, it is available on YouTube as well as a free audiobook. So when you would listen to it completely,
I
uh,
just I
she
read the
actually
part.
gave the trade secrets of women, and she was hated by women. She was jumped on by many women, and back in the 70s, she wrote this book alongside many other books.
That's nuts.
No, it wasn't me. If you need anything, and
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, contriver.
Already.
You want to call it a night? I know it's late for you.
Yeah. Just any argument I had went out the window.
That's all right.
Not
Come on, with better ones.
I mean, she just ingested 0.0000000001% of MGTOW philosophy. Ma, come on, let her, let the red pill circulate throughout her chi. Let the chi circulate through her, physiological realm of this manifested physiological existence, as they call it. Whatever.
no, it's truth and then it's not truth. It's there that's the truth. It's
Yeah.
yeah, it's like I said, it's like that you look and you compare it to like grand scheme of things and where we are and it's
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, do you want to watch maybe an uplifting clip that might make you feel better? I got a I got a clip sent to me from Ashthos channel. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
I gotta find out how to open this here.
of like waking
Oh
and
yeah.
not a bad way. It's like, oh shit. It's because it's traumatizing to realize everything that you've been thinking your whole life is real and it's not. And it's that you thought you were smart and you were
Yeah. Fed
definitely
a
like
fed a whole bunch of shit. Fed a whole bunch of shit.
yeah, it's
See, and I don't know what it's like to grow up with the feminist indoctrination being shoved down my throat. Like I've never.
I mean, in terms of sarcasm, sarcastic comments, as well as being funny, there is no equivalent of Mr. Iridium Kush if he is in the mood. I mean, not always, but if he is in the mood, and Bullets for Teeth and Red Ranger among all the people. I mean, likewise, Motorboat Henry and Motorboat Henry Jr. They are full of everybody else. So that thing. How many people are watching? But come on, it's 11.
Can touch on that next time.
yeah, next time I'll like have like some time under my belt of like processing all this.
Yeah, no, it's gonna take. And if you have any questions, let me know.
I mean, my only it's gonna be interesting when I go back home because it's like I said, the first time that I woke up, it was like bad,
Yeah.
and then the second time, it's like bad, and then the third time, it's like Jesus, what else is next? You know, and it's. I mean, I guess it's really. I always like when I look at things when sorry, I can't even make sense at this point. I will say this whenever I think that something's like completely breaking, it's just breaking differently to be rebuilt. So that's a good thing. I mean, I think this
Yeah.
was the last shred of like, oh, but it's not all that way. And it's like, wow, it's now it's just like when I with Star it's like now I comprehend why we look at the truth, the entire truth and nothing but the truth. And like it's adapting because of the reality changing and it's not the same as it was in the 60s or 70s or 90s.
Right. It's
And
consistently and progressively getting worse for men. So
yeah,
they've had to adapt in order just to survive.
yeah. And it's the same thing here where it's like God, the fucking level of adapting had to go to this extreme and it all does make sense because
Oh
it's
yeah. For men to completely walk away from women. It's completely against their yeah. No. Yeah. And then the feminists want to fucking further abuse them for it and call them domestic terrorists and shit. Yeah. No.
Anti-Semitic as well as a hate group. Uh, I mean, someone even called us the Taliban of the manosphere. I mean, that is just who we are. We are just stating facts and showing a mirror to the society while checking out because now they would say, if you are men going their own way, then you should not talk about women. Why not? This is our freedom of speech as well. And why not talk about it? Just because you are petrified of the fact that something or the other would expose your cognitive dissonance? Quite a paradox. I mean, that's rich coming from the man hating society.
No, they're the domestic terrorists. They're the reason the men are going their own way. So fuck these crazy bitches.
I would say, ideologically, if you would see factually, we were the original MRAs, men's rights activists. You would see National Bachelors Association, National Widowers Association, and all these people back in 1900s. In 1900s as well, you would see the very same aspect of men actually forming groups, and these groups, the country clubs, etc., golf houses, golf courts, these all were invaded by women, including the Boy Scouts. The strip clubs were full of men, and they were taken out, and now there is nothing. Nothing. So, what do? They walk alone. Now, society is now castigating them for walking alone, trudging on their life. I mean, what should they do? I mean, kill themselves? I mean, that is what they actually want. Whatever.
They will be held accountable for crimes against humanity because it's fucking criminal.
You know
It's
what?
absolute criminal. What?
You know what I always think about? Because like again, I can't like this has been very serious, so I have to end it on like a funny note. It's like
Yeah.
my brain like imagines like random shit, and it's like if I was debating a feminist and crying, calling me like a woman hater, like I would just start crying and be like, I'm so confused. Would like spaz out when someone else cries. They're like, fuck, I was gonna do that.
Right. Oh, start crying before they do. Steal their thunder. Yes. Well, good luck. Hey, if you can get a feminist to debate you,
Uh-huh.
you win. I can't fucking do it. All the crazy bitches that want to debate me are just crazy bitches, and it's not even a proper debate. It's
Oh, you mean like an actual proper debate? Someone that does a debate that doesn't like
yeah.
Well, actually, I have one that wants to debate, but it's
Yes, but the thing is, I mean, everyone is petrified. I mean, everyone is terrified because of you. Everyone is afraid of you. That is why they don't come to debate you. Good mother.
a guy.
Really? Well, see, no, it's got to be a woman.
No, I know. It doesn't. It's
Yeah.
and he actually like he asked me like to collaborate. And like I can't collaborate with you. Like I don't agree with anything you say. And like
Who is it?
uh, I
Or you don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me.
because
Yeah.
it's. I'll say this. I told him the truth, and I was like, and I wouldn't hold back. And he
Male simps, white knights, and male feminists are the worst of all creatures. Why? Because they have been infected, just like KGB defector Yuri Bezmenov in his Art of Subversion, recording with Mr. Edward G. Griffin, says they are already infected. They have been stimulated to respond to a certain stimulus and respond in a certain way for that very impetus, and they would do the same. They are in your government, they are in your schools, board members, whatever. In every sphere of life there shall be someone of the very same lower or higher stature. Now what would you do with them? I mean, in real Marxist Soviet Union or China, they would be lined up against the wall and shot. I mean, this is how the Holodomor massacres, amongst all other things, actually used to happen, while the Americans were basking in the glory of capitalism in general. So that could be a thing, but it is not an economic thing per se. It is a result of affluence and effusion regarding this very noble idea of universal suffrage, as they used to call as the social gospel movement, which even TFM alludes to, but it literally comes from German idealism. I mean, even the French philosophers like Auguste Comte and others who call demography is destiny. I mean, all of it comes from German idealism, and German idealism is literally like Hegelian dialect, I shall say. But it has always been there, it shall always be there. The Roman Republic and the fall of Rome is the prime example.
I'm down. So it's kind of like
A masochist, though, male feminists are the most perverted people we have in our society. So he might want the punishment.
I think it's more of a mama's. thing.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's a little, I'm not, I feel like if it was someone that was, I'm a feminist and like confident in all these things, it would be a little bit different. I'd be like, oh, it's so, but when it's
Yeah.
something like that and I understand and I can see it, it's like, it's almost as if I feel like I would be, I don't know. I don't know if this is a stupid thing of me or a female thing where it's like I do see some fuckery and then it's like I don't want to. I feel like someone else needs to call out. Another person needs to help hold them accountable or show them a way or whatever. Because I always feel like when it's someone that sensitive that doesn't have the strong masculine stand
Hmm.
up,
Yeah. The men need to sort the men out.
it's like it can quickly go into like
Yeah.
dark, depressive thing, and I don't want to
Yeah.
be. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's why I don't. It's yeah. I'm just yeah. I'm you.
Well, let's.
Take it all in, girl. You had it too good for too long to understand. Now we are just recalibrating and and you are getting recalibrated and acclimatizing towards a new path, a new genre, uh, a new, shall we say, dimension of understanding. And it is a double edged sword. I mean, people end up being more shook than they were before, just like I was. And remember that feminist woman, Nora Vincent, who became Brother Ned of all people? She died because of depression. Why she was so much depressed? Because she lived like a man for 2 years. Welcome to a man's world.
Let's end this. I think we did a good job. Dude, 3.5 hours after you just did an over 2 hour live stream. That's that's a lot of energy.
I will be going to sleep after this.
Okay, I'm gonna end this. Let's thank the chat.
Thank you, chat, so much. I really appreciate.
Good to see. Oh, hold on. Let me drop your channel. Right here. Here is BB's channel. Everybody go support her. If you see any of our crazy bitch, you might want to wrench up some of these people in case you see them over there. They know who all the crazy bitches are and they'll fucking snipe them, especially JR, man. JR, he's really good.
Same
He's-
butthole.
No, a lot of these guys.
Yeah, if they could just like, if they do come and then just say GM to let me know.
Well,
I don't know.
I will look. I'll make your next couple live streams because there are some crazy bitches that love to impersonate the wrenches here. So I will look at their channel. Yeah, no, they're fucking nuts.
I want to be cool and have a fan club like you.
Well, I will look at their profile and make sure it's the real them, because then you'll know it's the real them.
You legit have like a whole organized fan club about you.
Oh yeah, it's been over a year in the making. I have a list of crazy bitches that have been.
Well, essentially, it is just a working man's hostel, and we just come here for a nighttime dinner as well as a good sleep of 6 to 7 hours. That's it. That is what I named this channel: Good Mothers Working Men's Hostel. And she is the warden of the hostel who shall keep crazy bitches, aka sperm receptacles, away.
And actively trying to destroy my reputation. So Oh no, they're psychotic fucking cunts. Big time. Big time. No, you don't want these crazy bitches. They'll be at your channel though, because you came here.
They're all gonna come. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Yes, Lord Jeremy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Everybody in the chat, thanks for coming. And
Thank you, everybody.
I might start a post one after this. We'll see. Thank you guys for being here. And Contriver's still backstage.
All right. People, I shall my screen and I shall give you the link of invite for anybody who wants to come up. Bandit, want to come up? You have gotten the StreamYard link. Any person who wants to come up, they have a StreamYard link if they want to come up. If they don't want to, well, it is on them, it is on their discretion. It might be early morning over there, dusk before dawn, or shall we say the twilight before that. So if anybody wants to come up, they shall be able to come up and we shall be listening. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So if anybody wants to come up, please tell me and let me know. I'm muted, by the way. It has already it has already been 4 hours, by the way. Let us just do one thing. Let us first of all finish the stream. I shall end the broadcast. After that, uh, we shall do a stream later, if possible. If possible, not necessarily. I mean, because everyone is earning and barely making ends meet. So I mean, let us focus on work as well. Okay, people, is it okay? If it is okay, then fine. Let me end the broadcast. And good mother, if you are ninja watching, go to sleep, please. I beseech you. I implore you. I beseech you. I beg of you, lady. Okay, if anyone is not coming, let us just say it is 5:03 p.m. Over here, and that's it. I'm ending the broadcast, anyways. Yes, end broadcast. Thank you, people, for joining in. Bye.